Wrestling Days Live. We are live for this week's WWE Raw, and not just any Raw. It is a go-home show, which is a little bit concerning because go-home shows a little bit hit and miss sometimes. The final kind of feuds are in place. Although what I would say is that there's only 3 matches that have been announced for Hell in a Cell this year. So I say the final things are in place. There's still a lot of things that need to be put in place, so hopefully that means tonight we're in for a very good show, a fun show. I could see Jeff Hardy and Elias potentially being added to Hell in a Cell. I think that's a very quick match that they could move over. Maybe the women's tag titles as well. Maybe that'll do something this weekend. I'm sure Asuka is going to defend the women's championship this Sunday as well. Of course, as we said, go-home show, so it is sneaking up on us now, Hell in a Cell. Not only that, though, this is the season premiere of Raw. We've got the brand new roster, the draft is done, and hopefully we're going to have a very fun show. Obviously, it was the season premiere of SmackDown, and I've got to say, I kind of thought that it was a little flat. Honestly, not one of my favourite SmackDowns of the year. So, fingers crossed that Raw is going to really benefit from having the Firefly Funhouse, because we've got the Firefly Funhouse tonight. They've also announced quite a few matches for tonight. There's quite a few things that we're going to be seeing. So, as well as the Firefly Funhouse, we've got Asuka taking on Lana. We've got Keith Lee taking on Braun Strowman. We've got Retribution taking on the Hurt Business. And we've also got Kofi versus Sheamus and AJ Styles versus Matt Riddle. We've got all of that coming up tonight. Not sure if we'll get Steph and Triple H starting the show. Obviously, they started SmackDown, introduced us to the new roster. Maybe we'll get Vince tonight instead. I don't know. So hopefully we get something fun to start the show. But yeah, loads of matches. Potentially Eva Marie. Potentially. We did dodge that bullet last week. So I don't know if we can dodge it for another week. So we'll have to wait and see. I haven't heard many rumours about her tonight. I'm not coming into this one too upset. I am concerned that we are going to see her at some point. Those were loud noises last week. So, yeah, potential for Eva Marie. And I think that's around about it in regards to tonight. There was a couple of rumours that we might get Shayna and Nia versus Brooks and Rose. Haven't seen that confirmed yet. But that was a big, big rumour yesterday, as was Jeff Hardy versus Elias. That was another big rumour. So those 2 matches could be made and announced. I did see those doing the rounds yesterday. So we'll have to wait and see. Days, Jeff and Elias aren't facing each other. It's not been confirmed. It was a match that was being heavily rumoured yesterday. So we're going to have to wait and see as to whether it actually gets announced. What they have announced is that Elias is doing a concert. So Elias is going to be giving a concert. I fully expect Jeff Hardy to interrupt that concert. And the rumours as of yesterday was that it looked like it was going to lead towards a match between the two. But that hasn't been confirmed yet. So we're going to have to wait and see. Dace, do you think we are going to have impromptu matches for Hell in a Cell just like last year? I honestly don't know what they're doing in regards to Hell in a Cell. It's very unusual to get this far towards a pay-per-view and not have more matches made. Like 3 matches for this year's Hell in a Cell is a little bit crazy. It leaves a lot of work still to be done. But that's okay because there's plenty of feuds that they can lean on, you know. I mean, easily you could do Hurt Business, Retribution at Hell in a Cell. You could easily do Asuka against whoever interrupts tonight, because I'm sure it won't be clean tonight. I can't imagine Asuka's just going to win clean, and I really can't see Lana winning. I'm expecting someone to get involved. And whoever that person is, I can see it being Asuka versus that person at Hell in a Cell. So, off the top of my head, there's a couple of matches that you can very, very quickly put together. So, they're not in a bad place where, what are they going to do? Panic stations. But what I would say is that tonight is going to have something about it. Tonight can't afford to just be flat. They've got to actually put on a show tonight because there's still things that we need to finish and finalise. James, shout out to you, says there's a rumour that Jordan is going to be AJ Styles' bodyguard. Yes, I've seen that rumour. I'd be all right with that. I'm sure a lot of people would draw comparisons to Diesel and Shawn. And honestly, I mean, if Raw Underground is done, which, is certainly what the rumours are now, then they're going to need something for Jordan. And he is going to be a big player in every sense of the word. He's got a great look. If this was back in the day, he would be facing The Undertaker. Like, there's no two ways about it. If this was back in the day, he would be Undertaker's WrestleMania opponent next year. But obviously, we're not going to go that way with him. He's still green. He's just done a few house show appearances. But I think having him as a bodyguard with AJ, putting him in tag matches with AJ, and kind of, using AJ as the learning tree and have AJ kind of pass on his knowledge to Jordan will be very, very clever, very wise. So, yeah, I think that makes sense. Two dudes with attitudes. Yes, says Butterspark. Lars Sullivan attack Jeff Hardy. What, you think that could happen tonight? They had a match, didn't they, last week? I don't think that's a feud that's going to keep going. Eva Marie versus Jeff Hardy. Thanks for the streams, Days. Keeps me going through the tough times. Shout out to you, Mouldy Spoon. Days, did you see Retribution Hurt Business tonight? Yes. John says, I hope we get Eva tonight so that we can hear Days scream in anger. And I hope we get to see Lana get put through a table so Days screams in happiness as well. Yeah, that does make my Mondays. My concern is that because she's in a championship match, I'm not sure that she's going through a table tonight. I'm still going to be hoping for it. It's what I desperately want to see. But, yeah, my concern is that because she's got this championship match, unless it's Nia that interrupts, what if it's Asuka versus Lana? Nia interrupts. Nia puts Lana through a table. We all rejoice. And then we end up, it does mean that we end up getting Asuka and Nia at, like, Hell in a Cell. But you know what? I'll take that. I'll take that risk. I'll risk Asuka's health. And put her in a one-off match with Nia, just so that Lana goes through a table tonight. Days, you're starting to look like Santa Claus. Amazing. Shout out to you, Imtiaz. Iran loves and thank you. Shout out to you, my friend. I obviously can't read or pronounce Iranian. So shout out to you, though. Really appreciate the support. Days to win the 24/7 title. No, thank you. I doubt Lana goes through the table. Oh, no doubt Lana goes through the table after the match. Oh, I hope so. Oh, I'm desperate. You know that I'm desperate for it. You know that I'm desperate to see that happen. So, yeah, that would be much appreciated. Vince, if you are watching, yeah, love you. Santa Days, yes. Let me just finish off. I am just a little distracted because I did not do the tweet to let people know that we're live. I normally have that done in advance. I am a disgrace. I mean, in all fairness, if you don't know what time we go live, I really can't help you. But let me just send this out and then you will have my undivided attention. Hell in a Cell. Boom. Lovely. That'll do. Fatal 4-way, Nia, Asuka, Lana, and Bayley. Bayley's obviously already, unless that's like fantasy booking, Bayley's obviously already got a match. 50 minutes, yeah, 10 minutes gone already. Man, there's loads of new figures as well that have come out today. There's like a bike that you can break apart. That's another one of those kind of wrecking items. They've also shown us some new battle packs where you get 2 figures and you get a couple of side plates, and then you can buy a belt separate and the side plates go onto the belt. So looks like they're exploring that. I'm not really a big fan of that, to be honest. But like, you know, something different. They're trying something. Fair play. I think the bike looked okay. And then there was just like loads of images of figures. Most we'd seen before. The images for the Volta figure has come out as well. That's a Ringside Collectibles exclusive. So if you haven't seen that, if you go over to Ringside, then Volta has got a new figure, or his first figure, I should say, an Elite figure that is exclusive to them that has come out. So, yeah, do you know what? I think we are touching a lot of subjects here. I think we're boxing off a lot of stuff, which is good. It means I can get to the chat quicker. So, new figures, we've kind of touched on them. We might revisit it. Eva Marie, hope not. Fightful are reporting that Ali is going to be revealed as the hacker. Ali was meant to do a promo last week. We never got that promo. It could happen tonight. So, apparently, the early script has got him confirming that he was the hacker. AJ could get a bodyguard, which was mentioned, Jordan O'Mabian. AJ's also taken on Matt Riddle tonight. Asuka versus Lana. Jeff Hardy versus Elias has got an asterisk next to it. Might happen. Keith Lee versus Strowman. Young Brooks versus Shayna and Nia. Again, asterisk next to that. Could happen. Might happen tonight. Might happen at Hell in a Cell. Retribution and Bray. I don't know if you saw these tweets, but Retribution sent a tweet out saying to the WWE locker room, "You're all dead." And Bray Wyatt responded by saying, "I'm already dead." And T-Bar replied by saying, "Is she?" ? And posted a picture of Alexa Bliss. Alexa Bliss then responded by saying, "I dare you to find out." So, little bit of back and forth between Bray, Alexa, and Retribution. I'm not thinking that it's leading anywhere. I just think that they were just having a little bit of fun on Twitter. But still, some interesting little back and forth. Also, Kofi versus Sheamus tonight. And as we said, Hurt Business versus Retribution. So, there we go. That is all of my notes that I had for tonight. Not tons of news, actually. Not loads of news today. But yeah, this is going to be a big show all the same. I saw that tweet, says Butterspark. Asuka needs better challengers, says Ravi. Yeah and no. I think it's hard for her to face people like Bayley, Sasha, that kind of caliber, because let's be honest, they don't have that kind of caliber. You know, I mean, you are talking about the very, very top of the women's division. I think the women's division is like solid if it was all in on one brand. The fact it's split across 2, it doesn't do it many favors. It doesn't really have the depth. Now the depth is coming. The depth is currently all in NXT. If you look at NXT and then think about moving that up to the main roster as well, you can see that the women's roster would be very, very exciting, because you could put Rhea Ripley onto one brand, Mercedes Martinez onto another, Candice LeRae onto one, Dakota Kai onto another, Io Shirai onto one. I mean, like, the list goes on and on and on. So there's all this talent that's in NXT, which eventually will hit the main roster. It will hit Raw and SmackDown. But right now, both of the women's rosters feel a little bit thin. So, yeah, she's going to have to face people like Lana and Natalia and Mandy Rose. And, I mean, like, those kind of people make up a large chunk of the women's division. It's, you know, there's very, very few Charlottes, Becky's, Sasha's, you know, Bayley's, people like that. So, I don't mind it. I don't mind. I mean, I don't know that I would have given her Lana, but I don't mind it. I think it's going to lead to something else. I think someone's going to get involved, but I can't figure out who. Maybe Eva. What if Eva comes down, gets involved, and they do Asuka Eva for Hell in a Cell? I mean, it could happen. Could happen. I expect someone to get involved. Asuka versus Natalya is fine. Yeah, I mean, I feel like we have seen it a few times. Natalya is a fantastic wrestler, and but what she doesn't have is much momentum. They never build her up that much. That's the problem with Natalya. If they wanted Natalya to be one of the top women, they could easily do it. She's got the skills. She's got the heart name. But I think Natalya at this stage is kind of someone that just kind of puts over other people. I mean, look, she's in a tag team with Lana, or was, and she was there to kind of help elevate Lana, give Lana a purpose, you know. I mean, if you remember, Natalya turned on Lana, and then Lana knocked Natalya out of that battle royal. Like, that is Natalya's role. Natalya is there. She's, in a way, a little bit like AJ. In the sense of AJ gets used a lot to put over new talent. Like tonight is going up against Matt Riddle. So, AJ is kind of around that mid-card. The only difference is, I do think that at some point they could pull the trigger and move AJ back up to the main event scene. I struggle to see them doing that with Natalya. I think there's too many women coming through. I think there's too much that's coming through. And she's just constantly finding herself in that kind of midsection, you know. So, I think that there's going to have to be quite a few of those matches, unfortunately. The Swamp Manor says, Eva can't wrestle. Eva isn't cute. Eva has no talent. Eva is poo. Who is winning the Royal Rumble 2021? I need to know now, says Sean C. That's a good question. Let me know in the chat, who do you think is winning the Royal Rumble? I would be quite tempted. I think Edge. Edge has always been my favourite to win it. I think that he comes back. He came back last year, didn't win it. I think he comes back this year, wins it, goes on to face Randy Orton. So I think Edge is my favourite. I know a lot of people would like Adam Cole, but I think that's wishful thinking. I think Bianca Belair has got to be a great shout for the Women's Rumble. You want to build a new star. You want to give someone an opportunity. I mean, they did it with, like, Drew. Drew didn't have much momentum in 2019. Boom. Won the Rumble in 2020, and look at the year he's had. I don't think you need to go too slow with Bianca Belair, because we already know a lot about her from NXT. So she could come in, win the Rumble, and make herself a big name, a main event star. And as we just said, they don't have many main event stars. Lots of vignettes recently about Bianca as well. So I really like her for the Rumble. Alistair Black, Bianca Belair, says James. I definitely don't want Adam Cole to win, says Austin. Keith Lee to win the Rumble. In reality, it'll probably be Edge, says Chalmers. AJ and Bayley. Sasha and Big E. Adam Cole, Baby, says Creed. Big E or Adam Cole. Big E says Brendan. Adam Cole says Wrestling Days fan. Bianca Belair gets another shout. So Adam Cole getting a few votes. Big E getting a few votes. Heather says Big E really needs to win the Rumble. Rey Mysterio is going to win, says Landon. Days, your favourite, Mackenzie Mitchell botched up today's Raw build-up video and said Zelina and Garza got Sister Abigail'd last week. Oh, that's not a name, is it? Mackenzie Mitchell. That's not a name. What? I can't even... Sarah Schreiber? Isn't her name Sarah Schreiber? I don't even know who that Mackenzie Mitchell is. I don't have no issue with Mackenzie Mitchell. Sarah Schreiber. Only because when she first started, In fairness, she doesn't really do it anymore. I think someone had a word. I think she watched this stream and she saw the error of her ways, but she was always interrupting people. Sarah Schreiber. So that was my only problem with her. I miss Goldberg, says no one ever. I mean, Ryan H. Dabakato is winning, says Echo. Cora Turner, shout out to you. Wrestling Days fan says Sarah Schreiber is the best. Anthony says WWE have announced the brand split is in effect and any violations will be fined. Well, that means that Vince is going to get fined because he's always violating it, isn't he? He's constantly telling people to go from brand to brand. So, who had the best title reign this year, says Robin813. Maybe Bayley. I think it's hard to argue against Bayley. The Universal title has kind of flip-flopped around, and I don't think you can say that Braun had a great title reign. I think Drew is having an all-right one. I think that he's had a couple of matches, moments that he can look back on and, you know, say that it was a good title reign. Like most notably for me would probably be SummerSlam. I think his first win over Orton was good. You could probably throw the ambulance match in there, but it was a little bit overbooked for me, the ambulance match. I didn't enjoy it as much. There was too many, like, moving parts. I just thought that the SummerSlam match was better. So, yeah, I mean, it's fine, but I don't know that it's been anything revolutionary. I think Bayley has held it for a long time, faced all comers, been part of massive storyline over the summer with the constant teasing of her and Sasha. We don't know what's going to happen at Hell in a Cell. I would hope that Bayley wins. I wouldn't want Sasha to get it at the first time of trying. I would want Bayley to find a way of leaving Hell in a Cell with the title. So, yeah, I'm hoping that Bayley does retain, but yeah, for me, she's had the best reign. I've not enjoyed Moxley in AEW. Naito over in New Japan lost the titles to Evil and then won them back again. Yeah, I'd probably go with Bayley. I would say Nick Aldis or maybe Thunder Rosa, but both of them have been quite inactive because of the pandemic, so can't really include the NWA champions. So, yeah, I'll go with Bayley. Days, what are your favourite wrestlers right now on Raw and SmackDown, asked Brody. I love Roman. Love the Roman J story. It's my favourite thing in wrestling right now, is what they're doing with Roman Reigns. Always been a fan of Asuka from the start. Yeah, I love what she's been doing. Bayley, as I said, I think her heel turn's been a massive success. I think the Alexa Fiend story is interesting. Yeah, I don't know. There's quite a few things that I like. Days, Sasha will win the title, says Caden. Sean C says Goldberg versus Big E. That might be all right. As long as Big E wins, that would be a big result for Big E if he could get the victory there. That's actually a really good way of using Goldberg. You see, the thing is, when you hear Goldberg's name, you shudder. You just kind of go, oh, I just don't want to see him at all. But if he's going to put over Big E, then, yeah, I'm all for it. Saying Drew is boring over and over makes you boring, says Nacho Black. 7 stars says, good evening, sir. Hope you and yours are well. Shout out to you, 7 star. Bayley, Drew, and Io Shirai are my favourite reigns, says Dom15. Days, Brock is going to return on Sunday. Haven't heard that, but yeah, I mean, and there's every chance, I suppose. I don't know when he's actually coming back or what they're building towards, but could he cost Drew the title? I mean, Drew won the belt from Brock. Brock's probably upset about it. He could come and cost Drew the belt. That way, Drew still looks strong. It puts the title onto Randy. Drew still looks strong. Kind of makes a little bit of sense. I also don't mind if The Fiend interrupts. I think people would be excited about The Fiend being involved with the title. But I think you could put the title onto Orton, and then you could do a Drew Fiend feud. That might be interesting as well. We want Brock or Punk, says Jason. Really not expecting Punk. Days, I swear your shirt colour is changing brighter. Randy isn't winning on Sunday. Well, I just popped in for a few secs. Hello, shout out to you. Shout out to Jamie. Hope you are well, buddy. I only just noticed it was you. Shout out, dude. Landon says, my favourite wrestlers are Rey Mysterio, Randy Orton, and Brock Lesnar. Taker versus AJ2 asks 7-star, yes or no? I would say yes. I always felt that, and I still feel now, that The Undertaker didn't retire. I think that he will surely want to go out in front of the fans. I can't imagine that the Boneyard, which is in front of no one, I can't imagine that being his last match. Is it a fitting end? I would also argue no. I know a lot of people are like, yeah, that's all about the business. Undertaker is all about doing the right thing. And the right thing in wrestling is to lose your last match. So him beating AJ and riding off into the sunset doesn't sit right with me. I really, if that's the end, I'm not gonna like it. So I think that he should have a match with AJ in the ring. AJ's gonna give him a great match, and he loses it. He puts AJ over. He pays AJ back for that Boneyard match. AJ gets some redemption and can use that to move forward, give him a bit of a push. And, yeah, we can all chant, thank you, Taker, and that's it. I mean, in a way, the perfect Undertaker ending was when he lost to Roman. If it had been, think about it, if it had been face Undertaker versus heel Roman, the Roman that we've got now at WrestleMania, and Undertaker lost, that would have been fine, because it makes sense. I mean, Roman's badass, the tribal chief, all of this. Like, I'm so on board with him that brilliant, no problem. Right person, in my opinion. If you had to pick someone, you'd want him to go out with, you know, maybe someone at the very top, and that's what Roman is. But as well as that, the fact that, you know, he took his hat off, his jacket off, put it in the ring, went over, gave Michelle, his wife, a kiss and a cuddle, and then went to the ramp, put his arm up as he was lowered down. I mean, it felt like the end. And it was meant to be the end. We found that out in the documentary. It was meant to be the end. That was it. He was done. And also, if you saw the documentary, you'll know that as that goes down, underneath the entrance ramp, Triple H was waiting for him. How nice was that? That was such a great moment. So, for me, you lose your last match and you go out the way that he was going to go out at WrestleMania 33. Edge versus Orton for the title at WrestleMania 37, says Swamp Manor. I'm seeing the red shirt go light and dark as well. I don't know what people are. Well, I don't know. I'm not looking at the same screen you're looking at. I'm just looking at it now. Looks all right. Looks all right. Looking fresh. Right, we've got about half an hour to go. Let's jump back into the chat again. Future Compilation says, how would you book Braun? I would book Braun as no nonsense. I think how they're booking him is fine. I think Braun was at his best when he was doing big spots and tipping things over, and you never knew what you was going to get with Braun. I think Braun was very exciting when he was doing that, because when it was Braun's segment, you were like, we're going to get something big here. We're going to get something. So, yeah, there was a lot of excitement when there was a Braun segment. You don't have that excitement now. So I would book Braun as he needs to go into a feud. I mean, if you think about how they booked The Undertaker, Undertaker won the title in 91. He wouldn't re-win it until, was it like WrestleMania 13, was it? I think it was like 96, something like that, 97 potentially. Like, he didn't win it for another 5 years or whatever. So you can actually use Braun, keep him away from the title. He's won the title. He doesn't need to be by the title. Just put him in some really great feuds. Put him in some really great feuds. Like, honestly, so I think someone said Braun versus Lars. I mean, that could be quite interesting. You wouldn't want to do it now. You'd want to build Lars up, make sure Lars can go in the ring. But could you imagine them two behemoths colliding? Braun versus Lars could be very, very interesting. So certainly there's a story that you could tell with that. We're going to see Braun taking on Keith Lee tonight. So we're kind of getting something like that. It's just that Keith Lee is such a better wrestler than what Lars is. But yeah, I'd be interested in exploring a few feuds. But very similar. We said this earlier, the other moment, about when Undertaker was taking on the likes of Giant Gonzalez. So Undertaker would face Giant Gonzalez. He would take on himself, Undertaker versus Undertaker. He would take on Yokozuna. He was taking on all of these big guys that they were bringing in. He did a whole feud with Kamala in '92. They just kept finding monsters to put him up against. Obviously, Great Khali was another example in more recent times. Undertaker Great Khali was a feud. So they just kept finding these monsters. So you could do Braun versus Lars. You could do Braun versus Jordan O. McBean. You can do Braun versus all of these other monsters. And just keep him away from the title. Doesn't need to be anywhere near the belt. Doesn't need to be anywhere near it. I thought it would be fun to put him in with the Funhouse. I was all right with that. I think that having him with Bray means that they could do tag matches. I think that, it kind of keeps him... It kind of gives him a purpose as well, because, again, you need to keep him away from the belt, really, because he's not good enough to carry the brand. He's not got the personality to carry the brand. He's big and he's impressive, but you need someone to talk for him. He needs a manager. He needed someone to do promos for him. He was never a good talker. And, if he was like a Paul Heyman guy, that also would have worked. So they could have made him a Paul Heyman guy. They could put him with Bray and have Bray do the talking, and they could do tag matches together and whatever. Or you just keep constantly putting him in against other giants and just, keep giving him like big moments. I would go one of those ways. So, there's loads of ways that you can use Braun, but putting the title on him, I don't think is the right way forward. And we've done that anyway, so. Ronda Rousey was not the baddest. Orton is winning on Sunday, says Swamp Manor. Days, do you like John Cena? Yeah. Cena's alright. Cena's alright. I wasn't a fan when he was winning all the matches, during, say, WrestleMania 23 through to 29 or whatever. He was very dominant, wasn't he? I wasn't really a fan then. But I think in his later years, he got a bit more interesting. He kind of had, I think, his matches against AJ in particular. And when he was doing, the US Open Challenge, there was some incredible matches that came out of that. I mean, Cena, Kevin Owens, and Cena. I think it was Cena versus Neville, which was just an incredible match. He was starting to work with the younger talent more in his towards the end of his kind of full-time run. I really enjoyed that phase. But the earlier stuff, it served a purpose, but it wasn't for me. Days, I'm a massive fan now. Shave your beard and check DMs. Oh. Days, do you think WWE is punishing Chelsea Green over Matt Cardona? No, I don't. The WWE hackers gave us 5/10/20. We assumed the date was 10/5/2020 Money in the Bank, but international writing of that date is 5/10/20. 2020. 5th of October 2020, Ali was revealed as the leader of Retribution. Ah, that's interesting. So, C Wrestling saying that we got the numbers from the hacker video of 05/10/20 that we thought was the 10th of May, but internationally, which is correct, in the UK, we say it as the other way round. So 05/10/20 was the 5th of October, which was the date that Ali was revealed as the leader of Retribution. That's cool. That's good. I hope they use that. See, I hope they use that. It has been rumored today that he is going to be revealed as the leader. It's in his promo. So yeah, I hope they have. If they have put that in place that way, that's cool. That's interesting. Daze, what are your thoughts on the Young Bucks? I like the Young Bucks. I don't like their heel turn. I don't think that they've really been living up to their full potential in AEW. I don't think they're as good as Undisputed Era, but I actually thought they were. I thought, like, when they were in New Japan and they were just having matches, great tag matches, I thought they were awesome. But I just don't think they've got the great tag teams to have the great matches against in AEW. I think that when they faced Kenny and Hangman, it showed how great they are. So, undeniable, they are a great team, but they're a great team that need great opponents. And they just don't have that many great opponents in AEW. I do think them against FTR is going to be huge. And as I said, my favourite match of the year is a Young Bucks match, the one they had with Kenny and Hangman. So I think as AEW continues to grow, continues to improve, they bring in, more and more talent and maybe cut some of the talent they started with and maybe hasn't quite lived up to its potential. I think as it grows, they should just keep getting better and better. Well, I suppose I've worded that wrong. I don't mean getting better and better. Being able to show what they can do more and more, that makes more sense. So, yeah, I like the Bucks, but I think that, for me, they're a bit hit and miss at the moment. Daze, if we buy the shirt, does it come with colour changing abilities? Well, people are saying this about the shirt. I mean, it is doing that, isn't it? Oh, yeah. Just I saw it then. It must be something to do with the focus. No, only mine comes with colour changing abilities, unfortunately. Otherwise, because the colour changing ones, they sell for like $1,000, and people just won't pay that for a t-shirt. Imagine getting timed out, says Swamp Manor. Ponton21 says, I'm going to be proven right. Otis is going to cash in on the IC title. I mean, look, if he does, that'll be one of the stupidest things I've ever seen. There's a lot of people that have said, is he going to cash in on the tag titles? Is he going to cash in on the United States? Is he going to cash in on the IC? I hope not. I hope not. You've got an opportunity to win a world title. You can cash it in at a point where you're almost guaranteed to win it if you get your timing right. And it's not even as if you've got a week to cash it in. It's any point throughout a year. So if he cashes it in on the IC title, he's dead. He's done. His character's over. Forget it. Otis is done. No one will ever respect him again. So I really hope he doesn't do that. Daze, how long have you been growing your beard? I had a shave last night, so it's around about 10 hours growth there. No, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know the last time I shaved. Probably earlier this year. Daze, have you seen Pete Dunne recently? He's jacked now. I did see the image. Yeah, I did see the image of him from NXT UK. He looked very impressive. I think, actually, where I saw it was on Twitter. Someone said that he looked good, and I think he just put the word plants in response. So I think he's kind of saying that it's all down to his vegan diet. Sean says, I think AEW has purposefully kept the Young Bucks and Kenny away from the titles because of the possibility of backlash of booking themselves as champions, much like Cody has faced recently. Yeah, I don't disagree. I think you're right. I think that they have kept themselves away from the belts, and I think that's been a wise decision. But it doesn't take away from the fact that I can't sit here and tell you loads of great Young Bucks matches from AEW. I mean, like, whenever they have matches, they tend to be okay, but not what you would expect of Young Bucks caliber. It's not as if they're just stealing the show, like, every single time they perform. It's not as if they're just absolutely red hot. They're just, and what a team. Their matches just tend to be all right. And as I said, I think that that's down to not so much them, but the quality of the opposition. Either that, or they've put the brakes on themselves a little bit. Either that, and then they're not really, trying to steal shows. It could be that they know that they could. I mean, look, I doubt this is happening, but it could be that they know that they could steal the show, but they really want other people to steal the show. It's not in their benefit for them to keep stealing every show. They need other people to step up and steal the show. They need Best Friends to deliver. They need Private Party to deliver. They need all these other teams to be showcased. Neither is Kenny at the moment, and it could be the exact same reason. Could be that he's holding himself back. Everyone wants to see... People are desperate to see the cleaner. Even AEW fans are desperate to see him as the cleaner. And the reason for that is because he was really cool when he was over in New Japan. When he was the cleaner and he was Kenny Omega, that he was red hot. Like, WWE wanted him. Desperate to get Kenny. Wanted him in the Rumble. We all wanted him. I wanted him in WWE. It was like, imagine Kenny versus Seth. Imagine Kenny versus, Roman. And you just go through all these dream matches. I don't know if I'm desperate to see him join WWE. I don't care anymore. It's same thing with Kenny. But, they were all better in New Japan. All that talent in AEW, and people just want a cleaner. It's very dirty, AEW. It needs cleaning up. What is Otis going to do with Money in the Bank? Well, they're teasing this lawsuit, aren't they, with Otis and Miz? So we need to see what's going to happen there. WrestleVotes tweeted out the other day that Vince is a big Otis fan still. So they're not expecting the briefcase to be taken off of him. Days, what is the picture of Mustafa Ali that you put on the thumbnail? What is the picture of Mustafa Ali I put on the thumbnail? It's just a picture of Mustafa Ali. I don't know how to answer that question. Days, what do you think if Otis loses the briefcase to Big E? And then on Mania, Roman beats Rock, but after the match, he rock bottoms Roman, and then Big E comes down and cashes in. That would be cool. I'd be totally down for that. I think that would be a lot of fun. I think Big E was probably the right person to put the briefcase on, if we're being honest. Days, random question. Who can play any character that they've been given? Trying to think of someone that's been given lots of different characters. Can't really think of anyone that's been given lots of different characters. Once you tend to get a gimmick that works, you tend to just stick with that gimmick, don't you? I kind of feel like Foley had 3 different characters and he played them all well, but they were his characters. I don't think he was necessarily given them. I think he was given... Obviously, Cactus Jack was his. He came up with Dude Love. I think he was given Mankind. So he obviously made Mankind work. And Mankind's very different to, Dude Love. So, I don't know. Maybe Mick Foley, the 3 faces of Foley. Same with Bray. I mean, Bray's obviously Fiend, Funhouse Bray, Eater of Worlds, and he's portrayed them all well. But they're all his creations. So he will be able to portray them well because he's the one that's got all the, he knows it all in his head, the backstories, what he wants to portray. So I don't think he really counts. I don't know, it's a tough one. If anyone's got any answers, fire them in. Dolph has had 17. Has he? He was in the Spirit Squad, but wasn't really much to that. And then he was just like a Shawn Michaels ripoff. And he's just done that for the past 15 years. I don't know. Has he? I wouldn't say Dolph. Undisputed Era better than the Young Bucks, says Digital Lizard. Days, do you hate Seth Rollins? No, I don't hate Seth Rollins. I really like Seth, but I just don't like his current gimmick. Monica says, please respect the mods. Chalmers says, Hurt Business versus Retribution. 8-man tag. Yes, I did see that. That'll be fun. Sean says, Days, I think the Bucks and Kenny have been busy with all the behind-the-scenes stuff that they're responsible for, whereas in New Japan, all they had to do was wrestle. Yeah, I mean, no disagreement from me. Young Bucks and Kenny are great wrestlers. I know they're great wrestlers because I've seen their matches and I've enjoyed them. For whatever reason, they are not delivering in AEW like they were in New Japan. For whatever reason. I think that the opposition is the problem. I think in New Japan, you are spoilt. I think there is absolute quality. That's the word. Maybe it's not star power that's everywhere, but the thing with New Japan is there's a lot that came through the dojos. There's a lot that were young boys. There's a lot of like talent scouting. Like they go out and get the best. I mean, look at the English guys they've got over there. They've got Will Ospreay and they've got Zack Sabre Jr. Like they just go and get the best. You've got like Kota Ibushi over there, Okada over there. I mean, like I could have a match with Okada. I'm pretty sure it'd be 5 stars, right? Not because of anything I would do. Okada is that good. Okada can have a 5-star match with a broomstick, which is basically the same as having a match with me. Only the broomstick will give you a tougher match. But yeah, for me, I think a lot of it comes down to the opposition. But yeah, you're right. I mean, it could be that they're putting the brakes on themselves to, let others shine. It could be that they've got other responsibilities that's kind of distracting them. I'd hope it's not that. I'd really hope it's not that, because that would suggest that things are not going to change, because they're always going to have those responsibilities. So I'd like to not think that it's that, but it could be. You could be right. Kyle says Kane, Diesel, Isaac Yankem. Yeah, I did think about Glenn Jacobs, but can you honestly say that he delivered the fake Diesel? Like, I don't think that was... I think it was a rubbish gimmick anyway. I don't think there was a way of delivering it, but I can't really give him props for that. Isaac Yankem? Can you give him props for that? I mean, that gimmick wasn't around very long. And all he had to do was just laugh. And look evil and menacing. Kane, absolutely. Smashed Kane out of the park. So I give him props for that. But no, I think it's a difficult question as to, who has delivered with, all the different characters they've been given. Because I don't think there's really that many wrestlers that have been given that many different characters. Like, big different characters. Not for like a week or whatever. Because you could say Steve Lombardi. Steve Lombardi was Kimchi, Kamala's handler. Well, he did a great job there. He was Abe Knuckleball Schwartz. Brilliant. He was Brooklyn Brawler. Well done. He was himself in the 80s. Wonderful. So, yeah, I would say, like, people that have been big characters. Someone, actually, do you know a name that might be worth a mention? Rick Martel. Because Rick Martel was a champion, I think, in AWA as himself, right? Then he went to WWE and he was in a tag team, a couple of tag teams, actually, Strike Force. So he was a tag team guy and delivered there. And then he went heel and he became the Model. Do you remember when he turned into the Model? So there were only very slight changes, but yeah, he had to portray you know, being the model, and he came down with the arrogance and everything. Well, he wasn't doing that when he was in the tag team. He was a face when he was in Strikeforce. So Martel might be worth a little shout. Very underrated wrestler. As we said, former world champ. Days, why is Retribution on Raw and not on SmackDown? Probably because Raw's 3 hours would be my guess. And they need, you know, something significant to fill that time. Whereas I think that Fox is a little bit more sports orientated. We kind of saw that with all the NFL analysis that we had like on the season premiere on Friday. So they tend to do like more NFL and I think basketball and stuff. So I'm guessing that they just want it to have a bit more of a sporty feel. So maybe Retribution doesn't quite fit. I think Retribution will attack Raw tonight, says Thomar. How long have we got? 7 minutes? Flippity flip. Man, every single time we sit here, we're just chatting away. 7 minutes? That is crazy. Here's my number. Call me maybe. Dave's Brock versus Fiend at WrestleMania 37. 1004 holds Jericho, Lionheart Jericho, King of World Jericho, Savior Jericho, Psycho Suit Jericho, Best in the World Jericho, List Jericho, Demo God Jericho, Painmaker Jericho. Only thing I'm going to say about that is I think a lot of that was his creative again. I agree. Just slight little variations. I don't know if that's a change to his character, or I suppose it is, where he is going from heel to face a lot. Jericho, very creative. But is he playing different characters there? Don't know. I'll let you decide. Can you read my Wrestle Kingdom comment? I've been trying to get you to read it for an hour. I didn't see it. Stunning Steve, the Ringmaster, and Stone Cold. That's a really good shout. Now we're talking, because he was given all of those. Stunning Steve, amazing in WCW. Ringmaster, he tried his best with it. He had a few good matches as the Ringmaster. And then Stone Cold, he just absolutely smashed it out the park, didn't he? Like, got himself over to a point where very few get to that level. So, that's a good shout. 7-star. Days, I think Retribution will attack The Fiend and Alexa Bliss and force them to fight, forcing them to look for additions to the Funhouse. That's an interesting theory. I like that. Days, did you see the Twitter battle between Fiend and Alexa and Retribution? Yes, we touched on it earlier, where we spoke about what they had said. I've got to be honest. I'm not sure that it's anything more than just Twitter nonsense. That's what I'm going to call it. Twitter nonsense. The only reason I say that is because we've seen it many times. Many times where things are said on Twitter and it just doesn't bear any significance to how the shows are actually booked. So until I see it, I'm going to err on the side of caution. What do you think the possibilities of Daniel Bryan facing Roman Reigns at WrestleMania are if The Rock can't make it? I'd say decent. I don't know if they would go that way. I think there's a decent chance. They'd need a big name. And looking at the SmackDown roster, you know, there's a few that they could go with, and you'd have to say that Daniel Bryan would be one of them. It's not maybe the person I would choose. I think... would it be too soon to go and pull the trigger on Big E? Don't know. But I think I might be more intrigued by Big E versus Roman. Dage got 268 likes on the stream. Dage reads every comment I put except for this one. I want him to. I've read your last one, Dat King, and I've read that one. But I haven't seen what you've said about Wrestle Kingdom. I've been at home all week. I want popping boba from my mall, but I'm sick. Shout out to you, work phone. We've got, 7-star says 4 minutes. Days American Badass, Deadman, and Ministry of Darkness. Yeah, not bad. Not bad. Only thing I'll say with that is I think a lot of that was Undertaker. Undertaker had enough of Deadman. And let me read this. Dat King says, Wrestle Kingdom 15 is 2 nights again. Are you streaming it? Also, Ibushi or Naito to win the main event? Yeah, I think we will stream it. Main event, we don't know that it will be that. Likely will. But he could lose the G1 briefcase between now and then. You'd probably say Ibushi. You'd probably say that if Ibushi is going to make it, he came up short at this year's Wrestle Kingdom. So I would expect him to be victorious this time around. So I think Kota would beat Naito. Yeah, I'm pleased to see that it's going to be 2 nights again. I wonder if WrestleMania will be 2 nights again. I think you would have to look at WrestleMania from this year and say it was a big success. I think having 2 nights was great. I think that it allows them to put the people onto the WrestleMania card that they want, but not clutter the shows. Having 2 3-hour shows rather than 1 5-hour show just let things breathe a lot more. I thought it was I thought it was awesome. So yeah, I really like that. I hope they do it again. And the fact that it's moved from Hollywood to Tampa surely means that they've got potential now to make that change and to have it as a 2-night event. Days, are you ready for Lana to go through a table? I hope so. Oh, well, I'm ready. I hope it happens. I'm still bummed about Ridge Holland, but I'm taking it one day at a time, says Jason. No, probably not. No more 2-night WrestleManias. I think they were. The comments I saw was that they were really pleased with it. I just don't know. I don't know if they're going to do it this year coming up. Jeff needs a big push like 2009 and 2008. Tina asks, what's your favourite figure? Probably the Finn Balor Ultimate Edition. Shayna versus Nia, says Sean C. Ed Leslie for the win. Ed Leslie for the win. Days, what modern team could the Road Warriors have a good match with? Viking Raiders. RJ Madma says, Days, hope you are doing well. Can I get a lol? Lol. This is definitely Ibushi's year. After he has won the G1 back-to-back, as he said, when he wins, he will become a wrestling god, signalling his heel turn. Right, we're about to go. Who's the best big man in your opinion? Yokozuna, Bigelow, or Rikishi? Yokozuna. Yokozuna, because he actually was more agile than you would think. He could do a lot more. There's matches of him before WWE where he's doing like big drop kicks and loads of stuff. But they told him not to do that when he became Yokozuna. But he had such a size that straight away you look at him and go, main event. Main event. I mean, when he came in 93, they pulled the trigger on him very quickly. Well, he came in at the end of 92, actually. And then by WrestleMania, he was the champ, wasn't he? We've got a new intro here for Raw. Season premiere. New entrance music. It's some of that sweet hippity hop that the kids like. The kids are going to enjoy that. It's got like a gritty urban vibe, just like me. Right. It's time for Friday Night SmackDown. Okay, we've got Samoa Joe, Tom Phillips, Byron Saxton on commentary. We are getting ready for Raw. I like that song. Right, let's... I thought we might start with, like, Triple H and Steph, but we haven't. We've started with the commentators. The Viper's message from hell. That's what we're getting tonight. The Viper's message from hell. Braun Strowman taking on Keith Lee tonight. This theme is winning, says Butterspark. It's good. Keith Lee versus Braun Strowman, and Samoa Joe said it's going to send shockwaves through the Thunderdome. We're going to look at some of the new faces on Raw as well, so we've got that coming up. Naomi on the graphic. What happened to last season? It's done. Forget it. Last season's dead. Big season premiere. The Fiend! Alexa in the ring. Red light. Monday Night Raw. Okay. Okay, so Alexa and Fiend starting off the show. It's kind of a bit unexpected. Thought we were getting a Funhouse. Well, we should still get a Funhouse. Okay, so obviously we've got a Fiend entrance. They introduced the Fiend and Alexa last week on Raw when they attacked Andrade and Zelina. We don't know where Andrade's going. Apparently he's got a slight injury, so not expecting to see him for a little while. Zelina's gone over to SmackDown. Okay, and Fiend and Alexa. Swamp Manor says, this is cringe. Butterspark says... Butterspark says, Fiend. Could be cringe, says only here. Ah, people not feeling it. John says, yeah, this is cringe. Swamp Manor says, this is cringe. I'm surprised, man. Alexa is frozen. Cringe, says Suffocating. What? I'm very surprised. I'm very surprised at the chat. Do you think this is cringe? Or is that just a few people? Literally complain so much. It's laughable, says Ryan. I bet Vince loves the new hip rap song. Yes, I bet he does as well, LSW. God damn it. He's loving that, yeah. He's probably feeling very cool. This is awesome, says Sandman. No, it's a good way to open the show. I like it. People just love to complain. Why is Alexa staring at nothing? Fiend haters are cringe, says Hulky A. Manis. This is awesome. It's slow. I can tell you that much. He is literally the new Undertaker, isn't he? Right, well, that was Raw, guys. Thanks for watching. They do look very good together. He's got, like, blood coming out of his mouth or something. What's down on his chin? Has he got some barbecue sauce? Has he been having some ribs? Looks like he's got something on his chin. Perhaps he's been having catering. Been in catering, he's been having some ribs. Okay. Oh, Retribution are coming. Okay. They're not moving. Here's Retribution. There's Mia Yim. I want to know if Mercedes Martinez is there. They don't seem to care, do they? Fiend doesn't seem to care. What am I watching? What is this? Fiend and Alexa in the ring. Retribution are surrounding. Fiend and Alexa aren't moving. And are they in some kind of trance? No Mercedes Martinez. Slapjack is shouting at Alexa. They're circling around. Ali putting his hand up. The lights go out again. Okay, there's just darkness now. Now there's just darkness. No idea. Oh, they've gone. Look at the confusion. Right, now we're moving on. Now we got Hurt Business going down. Okay. What were what were Fiend and Alexa gonna do? What was the plan? Was Fiend gonna cut a promo? Was Alexa gonna cut a promo? Why were they in the ring? Why was Fiend and Alexa there? Hurt Business. They look like actual figures. Yes! They could put them in packaging. Just absolute clowns. Horrible faction. No one likes them at all. Just the biggest laughing stock of Raw. Nando says, I hate the Fiend so much. I tell you what. That was pointless, says Imtiaz. I don't even know what I've just seen. I don't even know what I've done. Do you know what I've seen? I've seen a Fiend entrance. That's what I've seen. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's not landing. Sorry. It's not landing. I think the Fiend and Alexa thing is interesting, but I think that there's a better way to tell that story. I think them staring off in the distance, being in trances and all this kind of stuff, I'm not sure. It's not hitting with... I'm not losing my mind over it. I'm not like, whoa, look at... Guys, look at this. They're standing there not doing anything. Wow, this is the best thing ever. I don't know. I can't... I'm struggling with it. I'm struggling with that bit. I do think that Fiend and Alexa together work. I think together they look great there. When Fiend had got into the ring and he was standing with Alexa, took her hand and everything, I was like, okay, where we going? What we doing? And then Retribution came out. Okay, where we going? What we doing? And the answer was nothing. Nothing came of it. We never went anywhere. The Fiend and Alexa disappeared. Now, it could be that we are building towards Fiend and Alexa against Retribution. It could be that, you know, Fiend's going to do a funhouse where he talks about Retribution. I think William was saying earlier, like, maybe he goes out and gets some new recruits. So it could lead to something. It could go somewhere. But, yeah, I think, no denying, that leaves you with more questions than answers, obviously. We're building towards Retribution and Hurt Business. That's a match that was announced anyway. So, yeah, I'd love to know, though, what the Fiend had come out to do. I'd love to know why he was there. Was he there to call out Retribution? Was he there to support Alexa? Did Alexa want to say something? Was Alexa going to call out Asuka? Were they going to call out the whole roster? Were they not going to call out anyone? Well, I don't know what they were going to do. I'd love to know why they were there, why we started the show with them, what was we meant to get. So, I don't mind Alexa with the Fiend. Just don't like the dreads in her gorgeous white girl hair, says James. Black Sword Johnny Hex says, I hope you're doing well and had an amazing October so far. Shout out to you, dude. Hope you're well as well. Appreciate the support. Days, the moment I saw them still without reacting, I thought they would disappear. This was like the Raw version of the Vince Fiend promo. Good shout, Febin. Good shout. Feels like people want storytelling, but with instant gratification, and that's not how long-term works. Not every moment will be a pop. Let's just give it a minute. Days, maybe... Oh, where did that go? Days, maybe it's a special Fiend entrance for the Raw premiere. That won't be the purpose of it, though, will it? I mean, he will have come out to have done something. They're not going to have just... What the plan was, they were going to turn around and walk away. That's what I would want. I would just want to... we could get that answer. He could say, you know, I came out to do this and I was, you know, and you decided to interrupt me. I'd just be interested to know why he was there. This is why WWE aren't getting views, says Swamp Manor. Don says, I love it. It was interstates. I don't like the Fiend with Alexa, says Ulysses. If Lana doesn't get put through a table tonight, I'll be disappointed, says James. Shout out to Aiden. Bro. Yeah, we got Matt Riddle on screen. Tyler says it's definitely building towards something. Anna says, welcome to WWE programming. A good 75% not making sense. Whilst it's called... Wait a while. Whilst it's called storytelling. Right, look, we're starting off with the match anyway. Retribution versus Hurt Business. I think it's only fair that I tell you how I would have booked that start, just so that we're on the same page. I don't mind a lot of what we've seen. I would have had the Fiend come out, stand next to Alexa, and I would have had Alexa talk just a little bit about how she's changed. And just kind of give us, about to tell us, I would have Alexa about to reveal something. You know, you could have Alexa say something like, there's something about me that you need to know now. I'm commotion, and then in comes Retribution. That would have been a lot better for me. Because all of a sudden, what you've done, just by letting them talk for a little bit, is you've explained why they've come out. Not only that, you've teased what was she about to say. That adds some intrigue and mystery. And all of a sudden, you know, you can theorize about what was Alexa about to say. Retribution come out, it gets heat on them because they've just stopped you from finding out what she was about to say. So now you'll be like, oh, why have Retribution come out at that point? Alexa was just about to tell us. Whatever. So you get a little bit of heat on Retribution. I think Fiend and Alexa just standing there, I wouldn't have done that. I know that basically they're no-selling the attack. I know that they're basically, like, you know, just standing there as if to say we're not bothered because we're in control of this situation. I get that. But I think I still would have had them just look around. Like, even if it was a case that Alexa turned to her left whilst Bray looked at his right, just so that they could just have a little look. And then maybe they look at each other and smile. And as soon as they smile, then the lights go. Something like that. There's a few little details missing in that open for me. There's a few little moments that I would have added in. I definitely would have added in a very quick Alexa promo. Just a few sentences where she teases a reveal. And I would have just had them not just stand there staring. I would have at least just had them do something. Just acknowledge that they're in control. Just a little smile to each other. Just like, what do these clowns think they're doing? Lights go out. I think there's more to the open if you do that then. 321 Screw says, I think it was just a way to give some substance to the tweets and to plant seeds for a future confrontation. Right, well, anyway, good shout. Shout out to you, 321 Screw. Right, we've got Ali giving a drop kick to Cedric Alexander. Ali is in... Ali looks a bit like he's a flipping Seth Rollins disciple. He's got black tights on with white highlights, but there's nothing really special about his ring attire. There's nothing special about any of Retribution's ring attire. I would like to have seen them have something a bit more uniformed. Eric Defcon Prime Dirigi says, Fiend versus Retribution Twitter fight that started today. Shout out to you, Eric. Daze, do you think Charlotte will use whatever influence she has to put WWE on notice to help secure Andrade a spot within the company? She could hold them up much like the Warrior. Andrade's fine. He's out injured, I think. So, I think that Andrade is someone that they are fine with using. I don't think they've got any issue with having him on the roster. I don't think they see him as a big main event talent. So, I don't think there's any need for her to use any influence. He's not drafted because he's got a slight injury. Right, we've got the Fiend again. As we go to flipping commercial break. So, Fiend just appeared on the screen. They did do something. They stood and looked forward. WWE Clay Sculptures, shout out to you. Fiend is back. And we go to commercial break. They left because they're probably trying to keep the spot where Lana will get panty clean. Is it tonight the 60-minute Iron Woman table match with Lana and Knight? I wish it was BOD Talks. I wish it was. I hope she gets put through the table, but I'm not expecting it. I gotta be honest, like last week, there was the rumours about Eva, and they had been everywhere, so I was really worried about that. I really wanted the table spot. And obviously we had quite a bit of fun with it. This week, the rumours about Eva aren't around, but I still think she shows up. So I am still concerned about it. Table spot, I'm not expecting. If we get a table spot, I will once again lose my mind because I'm this week in particular, I am not expecting it. She's in a title match. Unless Asuka's going to put her through the announce table. But we'll have to wait and see. These damn commercials. The producer, I'm back, needs to stop pushing. This is why I said we need to give it a minute. We all know Vince tears up scripts hours before the show. I've got a feeling a lot of this is being made up as they go. I don't deny that, Trini. I don't deny that, my friend. WWE are the kings of making things up as they go along. The Monica Kings. When is Jeff getting no more words? Oh, that's a good shout. Apparently it was in his contract that he is going to have that theme coming back. So it was in his contract that he had to have no more words. So good. I don't know. I mean, this is the season premiere. Could we see it tonight? Moose Games, shout out to you. Who the hell am I cheering for, says SSG Reed. That's a really good point. I think you're meant to cheer for the Hurt Business. That's a really good point. Hurt Business are like heels, aren't they? Yeah, it's a really good point. Who are you meant to cheer for? Days, the problem with Retribution versus Fiend is that both can't lose. It would be Retribution's first pay-per-view feud, and the Fiend can't lose as well now. Plus also, who they're going to face? Who's Retribution going to face? Fiend, Alexa, Husker, some Rambling Rabbit. Right. SmackDown. Oh yeah, Bayley still hasn't signed. Bayley still hasn't signed. I said earlier, there's only 3 matches made for Hell in a Cell. Currently, there's only 2. Bayley hasn't agreed to be there. Right, we're back. So, that little fiend, look. Let me go off for a second. That hurts the product when they do that. They put a little flash of the Fiend on the screen just before commercial break, and they do it on purpose so that you stick around to see, well, okay, the Fiend's just arrived. Right, well, let's stick around. And then you come back, and it's as if it never happened. Like the Fiend was on screen, and it might as well have not happened. That it's literally just been used to get you to come back from the commercial break. So we've come back. There is no Fiend. Nothing happening. I mean, we've just got this match carrying on. That's something they've started doing recently that I think sucks. Days, Jeff said he's going to bring back No More Words when live crowds come back. Okay, I didn't hear that. Thank you for that update. OJ2. Retribution versus Hurt Business versus Fiend. And Fiend will wreck them both, says OYP. Birrick says, Days, it's stupid that Ali still hasn't explained himself for joining the children. It lacks depth. Well, he was meant to give a promo last week, wasn't he? And for some reason, they didn't do it. Bobby Lashley is firing shots at Retribution. Mace gets hit with the spine buster. Bobby Lashley over the top of T-Bar. Big spear by Bobby. 1, 2. Double axe handle by Ali. Ali saying wait to Bobby Lashley. Bobby has got Ali in the corner. T-Bar has grabbed Bobby Lashley. Lashley behind T-Bar. Back elbow by T-Bar. And again. One more time. Oh, full Nelson! Full Nelson! Ah! T-Bar's tapped! T-Bar's tapped! Ah, they're dead. T-Bar just had to do this to his own head. Ah, T-Bar. Right, the Fiend's back, guys. And the Fiend is going after Ali. Clothesline to Mace. He's got... Who's that? Slapjack in a Sister Abigail. Oh, Retribution are dead. Retribution are dead. Retribution! T-Bar's just had to tap on his own head. Now they're all getting beaten up by the Fiend. I tell you what, Mercedes Martinez, she's got to be watching this so happy that she got out of Retribution. She's got to be looking at this going, I dodged that bullet. Mandible Claw to T-Bar, Mr. T-Bar. Sister Abigail to T-Bar, who's wearing quite a thick mask, and I can't imagine that Sister Abigail's done any damage, if I'm being honest. Hurt Business, staring at the Fiend. They're all buried, says Steven. Retribution is dead. Yeah. And now we got Alexa on... Okay, that sucked. That sucked. Alexa says, let me in, but it's the Fiend's voice. That sucked. Didn't need that. I think the Fiend appearing in the corner was cool. I don't mind the Fiend kind of attacking them all. Ain't got an issue with that. Didn't like the Alexa thing at the end. I do question, and it's nothing to do with The Fiend, what I'm about to say, because I know there's Fiend fans out there that'll think I'm just having a go. But Retribution wear masks. And I was thinking this, as the match was going on, there was a few times where they got dropped on, like, their face, head, like DDT or something. But they're wearing these thick masks. Like, is that not cheating? A thick mask. That's surely cheating, isn't it? Because, like, how is the Sister Abigail meant to hurt? Like, how is it meant to hurt? I don't understand. Like, T-Bar has got a mask that covers all here. If he gets dropped, he's like wearing a helmet. So, I mean, he still sold it. But, I don't know. I don't understand. And again, nothing to do with The Fiend. I was thinking that during the match as well, as they were, like, having a match. I was like, how is this legal? How is this making sense? Like, there's no medical grounds that I'm aware of that they need to wear those masks. I understand Brutus the Barber Beefcake wore a mask at WrestleMania 9 because he'd, had facial reconstruction. Undertaker wore a mask because of his broken orbital socket. So, medical grounds I understand. But I don't understand how they're getting away with these thick masks. I mean, it's fine if you've got, like, a thinner thing, like the Luchas have, just fabric. I can understand that. I don't think the Fiend's mask is that thick. I think that's just kind of like a rubber of some kind. So I don't think that's offering a great deal of protection. But you do look at, like, T-Bar's mask, and it is basically a helmet. Same with, like, Mace as well. So, yeah, I do wonder about that. But anyway, T-Bar. You've got to love the full Nelson. The full Nelson slipped it on. Looked great when it was on. It's being properly put over as a finisher. And when people tap, they have to look like a right fool. So, yeah, not a great opening 20-odd minutes there for Retribution. Tom Burns, shout out to you, my friend. Welcome. Thank you so much for the support, Tom. Really do appreciate it, buddy. Fiend looks like a bowling pin. Let the Fiend in, people, says Chelsea fan. Unpopular Opinion Wrestling says that was nonsensical garbage. Brony says, I'm loving the Fiend on Raw. I think the Fiend has been okay. I think what we've seen so far has been okay. I think that there's definitely a few things that I would have changed about what we've seen so far. I didn't like the Fiend's voice with Alexa saying, let me in. I wasn't really a fan of that bit. But, yeah, I don't mind the fact that he came back and took out Retribution. Interesting. Interesting open. Certainly lots of questions. Joshua says, I've backyard wrestled, and normally if the mask is hard plastic, it can hurt more. Dustin says, this show has been amazing. Days, I don't know if you know, but SmackDown and NXT are both on BT Sport 2 this week. Alexa kind of looked like a puppet. Here's AJ coming down. Steven says, Retribution has got no legitimacy right now. Days, Jeff Hardy is supposed to get no more words when a physical audience comes back. Thank you, my friends. Alexa excels at everything she does, says Nigel. Mohammed says, why do Retribution look so bad tonight? I don't know. He has got Jordan with him. There we go. Look, Jordan coming down with AJ. Jordan in a suit. Woo! AJ Styles with Jordan O'McBean. But there we go. The rumors are true. AJ has got a new bodyguard. Flippity flip, man. Look at the size of him. Look at the size of him. Could you imagine, right, guys? I want you to just think back for a second. Can you imagine when we first saw the giant ninja, yeah? Can you imagine if that hadn't happened? I think we could all agree that shouldn't have happened, yeah? Could you imagine if he wasn't the doorman? Could you imagine if this was the first time we were seeing him? Imagine if this was the first time you were seeing him. That's what they should have done. Look at the freaking size of him compared to AJ. It's like Jordan's got a son and his friends come round to play. That's what it looks like. Undertaker and Michelle McCool versus Alexa and Fiend. How tall is this guy? He's the second tallest WWE superstar. Just behind the giant Gonzalez. I don't know his actual height. It's incredible. He's like a giant. Jordan doesn't even seem real. AJ calling himself the prodigal son. Jordan looks like $1 million. $1 million, doesn't he? In that suit. He was a basketball player. AJ looks like a midget compared to him. Yeah, I wish this is the first time we were seeing him. This is more than the season premiere of Raw. It's a new era. Has he moved or blinked? No, he's gone full on Fiend and Alexa. He's been watching Fiend and Alexa and he's greatly inspired. Greatly inspired. What happened to Joseph Parks? What happened to Joseph Parks? I love that guy. I love that guy. BT Sport has lost its feed. Ah! BT Sport just went down. So, there we go, he's back. Matt Riddle making his way down. Blackout. Did you lose it in America as well? We lost it in the UK for a sec. Here's Riddle. It's a Shawn Michaels Diesel gimmick. Fine, I thought that worked really well, didn't it? USA lost it as well. Okay. There we go. Oh, the cell's above. The cell is above. I know they said that Randy was going to... I didn't realise the cell was up there. He was going to give a message from hell. I thought it was going to be like a pre-recorded thing. The ref's asking Jordan to get out the ring. Jordan says no. Can you please have him leave the ring? AJ says, I'm not going to get him out the ring. I'm going to count to 5. You're... Oh, Jordan grabs the hand of the ref. Three comes next. Come on. 3. He's like, please, come on. Why is the ref doing this? I'm just trying to do my job. Please leave. Please. Do what you want, big man. It's your ring. That's what AJ just said to him. And Jordan is leaving. I like that. Right, we are underway between AJ Styles and Matt Riddle. Isn't this a SmackDown match on Raw? They did face each other before, didn't they, when Matt Riddle first came up? The ref is pouting. Sexy ref, that's what we've got tonight. What a nice ref, says Knob Freeze. That was awkward, says Gabriella. The bell never rung. Oh, we've still got a Firefly Funhouse coming up tonight as well. Retribution need Jordan. I don't know what Retribution need. I tell you, you've got a feel for Retribution. You really do. Gut wrench suplexes for Matt Riddle. Yeah, you've really got a feel for Retribution because they just seemingly are not being helped at all here. I mean, there was a little bit of excitement around them when Ali was shown. Oh, Jordan steps in the way. Riddle was about to deliver a big kick to AJ. Look at the face on Matt Riddle. Matt Riddle scared to death of Jordan. This is good for Jordan. They're doing a great job here with him. They're doing a great job. Riddle needs a crowd to shine, says Herb. I don't feel for Retribution at all, except for Ali, says Hollywood Purgatory. I do. I feel for them because I think you've got some real talent there. Mia Yim is a brilliant wrestler. Paid her dues, been in loads of different promotions. Always done everything that's been asked. And now she's in this group. As well as that, Dominik Dijakovic, again, what a fantastic wrestler. I don't really care for Dio Madden. I haven't really seen anything that he's done. But Shane Thorne, I think, you know, the fact that he's got onto Raw is, he said himself, Shane Thorne never got onto Raw, but Slapjack has. So, yeah, but I feel that Dominik Dijakovic, Mia Yim, you know, they deserve better. I would say Mercedes Martinez as well, but I think she got out. So I do feel sorry for those two. Plus also, if you look at Dominik and what he's been doing on Twitter, you know, when those names were announced, we were all laughing our heads off when it was announced that it was T-Bar, Slapjack, Mace. You know, it was like, what have they done? No way is that their names. So we were like laughing our heads off at that. In all fairness to T-Bar, Dominik Dijakovic, yeah, he took to Twitter and was laying into anyone and everyone. He was tweeting out and he was a lot of fun. And he was starting to get over with people. People really liked his Twitter game where he was like answering back at people and being quite sarcastic and funny and everything. So he was actually starting to get over. And then they gave him Ali. So then you go, oh, this is interesting. But now here, look, they've just got battered by the Fiends. They've just got tapped out by the Hurt Business. Just kind of go, what the flippity flip? I mean, again, long term, who knows if it's going to work or not. But just judging it by that segment, you'd have to say that was not a great opening for them. Jordan, he's not another of Kurt Angle's kids, is he? I don't think so. Have Raw thrown out face and heel storylines at the moment? I don't think so. Because I think they are operating in a little bit more grey. But, I mean, we've got like Asuka Lana. That's traditional. We've got Kofi Sheamus coming up. That's traditional. Keith Lee Strowman. Keith Lee's a face. Strowman a heel. I don't know, I suppose he's a bit grey, isn't he? Because he was working face on SmackDown. So I suppose that's a little bit grey as well. So I can't say they've thrown it out, but I think that there's definitely a little bit more flexibility there. Dio Madden's biggest accomplishment was being put through the table and playing rollout on Up, Up, Down, Down. Right, we're back. Retribution will probably get split in less than 6 months. Well, I don't know. I think that Dominik, Mia, deserve better than what they're getting. I think Dominic, Mia, Ali, I've got respect for them. Dio Madden, I just don't know anything about him. He hasn't kind of, apart from his little stint at being a commentator, that's all I know. And, I mean, Shane Thorne, he's been around in NXT for a little bit, but he used to be in TM61, didn't he? He used to be in the, in that tag team. Oh, nice Pele kick there by Matt Riddle. Lana deserves better, says Hype Man 15. Riddle running over. Big forearm strike. And again. Exploder. AJ, middle of the ring, against the ropes goes. Riddle goes for a kick. Standing moonsault. Lands on his feet. Into a senton. Love that by AJ. Gets his feet up. Matt Riddle goes flying across the ring. Vape Ross Vape says, Jordan O. McBean is the third tallest in WWE history. Behind who? I've got him as being the second behind Giant Gonzalez. I don't know that he's 7'3", actually. I don't know. Does it say 7'3" on his? Yeah, it says 7'3" on his Wikipedia. Oh! German suplex by Matt Riddle. Up on the shoulders. Ah! Back of the neck. AJ going for the cover. 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up by Matt Riddle. Alaska's been hit by a 7.5 earthquake. Andre, 7'4". No, he's taller than Andre. Definitely taller than Andre. No, there's no way Andre's bigger than Jordan. No way at all. In fact, estimates have Andre being about 6'8". What is he actually listed as? He's listed as 7'4". No. That's his build height. I don't think Andre even got to 7 foot. Fisherman suplex, but only a 2. No, for me, Jordan, second tallest, just behind Giant Gonzalez. The only other person that I think could be taller might be the Great Khali, but I don't think he is. I don't think he is. Let me have a look at the Great Khali. I know this because I've looked into it before. Great Khali 7'1". So there we go. Riddle into the corner. Lana deserves a table, says 7-star. Absolutely. We've still got that to come, haven't we? Shout out to Mundy, AJ Styles, BCC Nash 0. AJ up top with Riddle. Back elbow by Riddle. Rematch between Ricochet and Alexander after last week. I think it's unfair. Right, both of these guys are up top. You can see the cell hanging above the ring. Matt Riddle falls to the outside. AJ falls into the ring. Jordan comes walking round. Imagine Jordan in the Royal Rumble. We've been expecting him for the past few Royal Rumbles. Look at Matt Riddle. Whoa! Riddle very quickly jumps into the ring. Gets Inzagurid. Styles looking for the Styles Clash. Bop. 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 1, 2, 3. Want not. They don't want not. AJ wins. All Jordan had to do was go round and just go. The Fiend versus Drew. Hopefully WWE doesn't make the cell red again. Oh, it is. You can see it dangling above. Jordan gets in the ring. Stands next to AJ. I love him, man. He's cool. Days Hogan, 6'8". Joe on commentary. Riddle had better keep his head on a swivel. Don't really want, no. Hopefully they're really working with him a lot to try and get him up to speed. Certainly having him around AJ is going to be good. Right, the final message from the Viper tonight. Jordan looks like Lukaku. He does look a bit like Lukaku, a bit of a Stormzy vibe. Right, they're just talking about the Randy Orton-Drew thing. We just got Randy Orton backstage. Monica, Jordan, he's gonna be big. Okay, Sonny. There's one issue I've got with WWE's new stars are they all have the same look, a beard and black trunks. They need some colour. Yes. Yes, I agree, Sean. I agree. I completely agree. I think that the music is lacking. I think that the new music they're creating is very generic and not very exciting. I think that their ring attires are not good enough. I think you're absolutely right. Very, very bland, very plain, very uninspiring. You just don't see any inspiring ring attires. I completely agree. Paul Heyman does a good job showing fear for Roman. I see Roman turning on Paul, and that's when Brock will come back and attack Roman, says Vargas2898. I like that. I don't think I would do that anytime soon, though, because I do think that Heyman and Roman are working very, very well together. Very well together. But ultimately, could Heyman turn on Roman and bring back Brock and lead to a match? Yeah, definitely. But I wouldn't want to see that soon. We've seen that match so many times. I know the roles would be reversed, would they? Would people cheer for Brock? I don't think people would. I'd like to see it. Different dynamic, but just there's many other feuds to do first. I want to say it makes it more enjoyable watching this and chatting along, says Nacho Black. Shout out to you, my friend. Shout out to you. Great video package, says John. Yeah, this is all right. I'm just keeping an eye on it. It's literally just showing us this feud between Drew and Randy. Obviously, you'd have to say the big match this weekend, along with the Roman one. I think the only thing with the Roman one is Roman's winning. With this one, I think we could get a title change. John says, final segment of the night will probably involve The Fiend again, because with Raw, don't they usually bring back whoever was there at the beginning for the end? Yeah, I mean, maybe. Sometimes you get, like, promos at the start, and then they have a match in the main event. I don't think The Fiend's having a match tonight. I don't even know what the main event is, to be honest, but yeah, you're not wrong. A lot of the time we do see people at the first segment and they're there at the end. But we have got a Firefly Funhouse coming up as well, so I think what Fiend fans should be excited by is how much Fiend is being used. He's everywhere. He's been all over this first half an hour of this show. Right, commercial break. Days, do you think there will be a return this year more epic than Edge? No. Maybe Ronda, if you would count that as more epic, but I wouldn't count it as more epic. We've got an advert for UFC this weekend. Habib versus Justin Gaethje. What a weekend this is going to be. On Friday, we've got the Go Home SmackDown. On Saturday, we've got UFC 254. And on Sunday, we've got Hell in a Cell. And then we're back round to Monday for Monday Night Raw. What if Fiend changes Retribution like Alexa and starts controlling them? I think that would suck because they've only just arrived. So I wouldn't want them to fall under the Fiend's spell. Has The Miz done anything? Asks WCS. No. Eva Marie returns, says Sanic. Days, do you watch boxing? Yes, we did the Loma Lopez fight at the weekend, which was excellent. Really gripping fight. I mean, it was so close. A lot of those rounds were really hard to score. A lot of 50-50 rounds where you'd be like, maybe Loma just edges it, but judges weren't that way. Judges pretty much went with Lopez, quite decisive. I heard that Loma was dead against those judges' scorecards. Didn't agree with them at all, but he definitely lost that fight. I don't think anyone watching that fight felt that Loma had done enough to win. Brock should go to Raw away from Rollins and Roman so that he can start new feuds, says Macy. Yeah, that's a good shout. I agree with that. I think he could go after Drew again, and actually, I mean, like, you're right, because I don't mind seeing him take on Roman. I just don't want that anytime soon. So I think putting him to Raw would give him something to do. So yeah, you could do Brock Fiend, you could do Brock Drew, you could do Brock Edge when Edge comes back. Yeah, it's a good shout. Days, who were you going for? I was going for Lopez because I'm from Puerto Rico. I was going for Lomachenko because I felt that Lopez was fairly disrespectful in the build. I think that he is very confident. He's 23. He's undefeated. I think that he's, obviously got a rocky relationship with his dad. That showed itself in the build. I think that he was doing a lot of trash talking. And Lomachenko was just kind of laughing at it, going, I don't even understand half of these words. What does diva mean? I don't understand what diva means. And, like, they were having to translate, and he was just, like, laughing. He was like, this guy needs to learn some respect, man. So, naturally, I kind of felt that Lopez was a heel and Lomachenko was the face. And Lomachenko, I mean, what a legend, What an absolute legend. So I was leaning to Lomachenko. I wanted Lomachenko. I predicted Lomachenko. But I don't mind Lopez winning. I mean, what a story. Brilliant story. 23 years old. First 4-belt champion. Undisputed lightweight boxing champion of the world. And he can go for another 10 years, longer even. He really is exciting. Imagine Jordan inside the elimination chat. Will the pod hold him? His head would have to stick out the top of the pod. He'd be like a giraffe. We've got Charlie Caruso backstage. Monday Night Raw. It's a bit weird they got this ring set up backstage, isn't it? Here's Drew. WrestleMania 37, Undertaker versus Fiend in a who takes longer to get to the ring match, says Brother Nero. Is Jordan the man that went through 3 different gimmicks the fastest? Maybe. Right, Drew's going to talk to Randy directly. I've loved this show so far, says Luke Waney. Shout out to Dark Storm. I like Turtles. How was my weekend? Quite tiring, if I'm being honest. Like, we did pretty long stream, 2 streams on Saturday. And then we did a watch along for Hell in a Cell last night, 2015, which was really fun, actually. Shout out to everyone that joined us there. Riddle is on Raw. Riddle wants a fight with Lesnar, says Brian Coleman. That's interesting. I don't think Lesnar wants Riddle, but Riddle does want Lesnar. Days, are they redoing HBK and Diesel with AJ and Jordan? Yeah, I mean, he's a bodyguard who's the enforcer outside the ring, so yeah. Days, if they had done Big E versus Fiend on SmackDown, then they could have changed him back to Big E Langston and started an undefeated streak, says Febin. Yeah, that would have been an interesting way to change him and would have added to the theory that the Fiend changes people. Please end this feud for Fiend gets Randy and Drew to face Braun, says Aaron. This Sunday, there will be no honor because you don't deserve any. Days. Oh, we read that. Lesnar would break Riddle, says Butter Spark. Oh, he's going to a funeral. Drew says, I know you've got an interview later, so don't be surprised if I show up. Here comes Lana! Right, here we go! Now Raw begins! Yes! Yes, 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 yes! Lana's here, guys! Yes! Table, 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 table! Bum, bum, banana, bum, banana, bum. Ba-na-na-na. Yeah! Bum, bum, dum. I don't know why she does that. Why does she stick her leg up in the air? And there is Natalya walking away. She was done. Look at this. Yeah! Burn! Oh, it's so freaking good. So freaking good. I need that. I need oxygen, water, food, shelter, and Lana going through a table. Those are the things that my body needs. I won! I won as well. Yes! I mean, this match is going to be awful. It's going to be trash. I'm only excited for her going through a table. That's it. Here comes Asuka. Is the way. Asuka with a fan making her way down with a black mask on. Is the way. Eva is going to help Lana. Maybe. Maybe. That is definitely an option. Or maybe Lana just wins clean. Perhaps Lana's like this incredible wrestler and she's just been playing stupid all this time. Could you imagine if it turns out she's like this absolutely incredible wrestler? She's like super technical. She's basically the female equivalent of Okada. She's Olana. She's Olana! That's what she is! Olana! Asuka versus Olana. That would be funny. This is for the Raw Women's Championship. Look at the smile on the face of Lana. Can't believe that she's got this opportunity. None of us can believe that she's got this opportunity. Malvin along. Hopefully Lana loses and then Nia comes down and puts her through the table, says Cora. Lana is going to finish Asuka with a shooting star press. Lana with a Rainmaker! One-winged angel by Lana. Right, we are underway. Locking up, side headlock. Early control for Asuka, guys. Early control for Asuka, who goes against the ropes. Shoulder tackle. Down goes Olana. Over the top goes Asuka. Underneath. Pushes Lana from behind. Asuka laughs in her face. Against the ropes goes Lana. Lana tries to take down Asuka, but it's a backslide. Oh, it's about to go into the Asuka lock, but Lana gets to the ropes. She's clinging on. Look at her. Clinging onto the ropes. Lana back to her feet. These two going to lock up again. Lana takes a step forward. We're going for an old school test of strength. Old school test of strength. Yeah, man. Ah. Kick by Lana. Leg sweep. Asuka jumps over. Gets rolled up. 2 count. Ooh, spinning back fist. Nice kick to the legs there by Lana. Kick to the face. Nice side. Look at that switch kick. Switch kick by Lana. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Lana doing some interesting stuff. Lana has got Asuka over to the corner. Face first. Kick to the midsections. Stomping away at Asuka. Asuka pushes Lana back. Asuka in the corner. Back elbow by Asuka. Nice knee strike. Down goes Lana. Asuka down in the corner as well. Big forearm strike by Lana. Forearm strike back by Asuka. Kick by Lana. Asuka round the back looking for a German suplex. Back elbow by Lana. German again. Back elbow again by Lana. Asuka, there's a real scramble here. Nice fold up. I'm kind of into this match. Asuka lock. Done it. Done it. Just gotta tap. Tap. Asuka wins. Nia's coming! Nia's coming! Nia's in the ring! Nia attacks! Come on, Nia! Come on, Nia! Come on, Nia! Nia's in the ring! Shayna points at Lana! Yes, 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 yes! Do it, yes! She's stripping off the table! Ah, I didn't think we would get it! Oh, I won't believe it until it happens. Something not right. Something's not right. Something doesn't feel right. I don't know what it is. Something doesn't feel right. She's got her up on her shoulders. Is she going to do it? Yes! Yeah! Through the table! I really thought they teased that, man. That was so long. They really teased it. Like, it didn't feel right because they were taking so long. I was like, someone's coming out. Someone's coming out. Someone's coming out. Someone's gonna stop it. Someone's coming out. But they didn't. They didn't. Ah, it's the best part of the week. The best part of the week. Oh, God, that is so good. Why does that feel so good? Why does that feel so good? I don't know what it is. It's like a drug. I need it. I need it. Honestly, this must be like what heroin's like. Boom! Look at it. Table explodes. I was worried, man. I was worried. Straight up 100, I was here going, it's not happening. It's not happening. They're taking too long. It took ages for her to get out the ring. And I was like, someone's coming down. Eva's coming. Eva's coming. That's what I was thinking. I was like, Eva's coming. There's something not right. It's taking too long. I was doubting it. Through the table! So good. So good. That is the best part of the week. That is the best part of the week. I can't even put it into words. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it does to me. I don't know what it is. I've got goosebumps and everything. Just watching a woman week after week after week getting put through that announce table. It's anyone that's online saying she's being buried and all this kind of stuff, she's more over with me than she's ever been. I have never enjoyed watching Lana segments as much as I do right now. There was even a bit of me that was like, oh, Asuka's won. I'm now starting to find myself going, oh, Asuka won. I'm slowly getting to the point where now, if Lana starts getting some wins in the ring, I'll be all right with it. As long as we can still do the table thing, I don't care about anything else. Make a Universal Champ, I don't care. As long as she keeps getting put through that table. Ah, wonderful. Mattel should make a playset. Mattel should make a playset. Lana, Nia, commentary table. Easy. Done. Daisy's running on Daddy Vince's Ico Pro. You gotta want it. Lana going through the table is so palate cleaning. You're right. You are absolutely right. It is. It's cleansing. It's like a detox. It is. You are right. It's like a detox. So like you watch like loads of stuff and you're like, yeah, I'm not sure about this. I probably would have tweaked that. That was good. Yeah, I like this. But I've got universal love for her going through the announce table, and it just waves over you. Just whoosh. And any kind of little niggles or it all just goes away, and now you're just like, ah. Honestly, they should start the show with it. If they started Raw with her going through the table, you'd just be like, yeah, whatever. Oh, look, Retribution have just lost to some 5-year-olds. Whatever, don't matter. Ah, great job, Vince, says Hype Man 15. Days, I ran to find my phone, says Alexander. I gotta tell you, well, you saw if you was around. I had real doubts. I told you before, she's got a title match. I honestly thought the reason they were doing it was to make you feel sorry for her. And then when she won the Battle Royal, it was a surprise. You'd be like, huh? What? Like, I thought, like, you know, they were putting her through the table every week. And now she's won the Battle Royal. So I thought we were done with it. So I did not go into this week's episode with expectations we were going to see it. But we did. And it was amazing. And probably my favourite one. Maybe my favourite one so far. Because I wasn't expecting it this week. And not only that as well, the way that it was done, it was so slow. Like Shayna came in and pointed at Lana and they grabbed her, but there was a moment where she was in the ring. Then they were outside the ring for a while. And there was just all this time for someone to interrupt, someone to come down. It's like, it's going to be Eva. It's going to be Eva. It was meant to be Eva last week. It's going to be Eva. And it wasn't Eva. It wasn't Eva. Oh, Days, we should bring back the Dudley Boys just to have Lana go through a table, says Febin. Imagine her getting thrown off Hell in a Cell. That would be a gift from heaven. That would be funny. If she, like, gets backed up and she's on top of the cell. I mean, there's no way they would do that, but... Eat, sleep, put Lana through a table, says Little Johnson. Days, would you rather see Roman versus Seth or have a short Shield reunion? I just want to see Lana get put through tables. That's all I care about. Replay. Boom! So good. Right, well, we're going to hear from Nia here. Right. So good. I'm so happy. Teamwork. I don't even care about this awful promo that I'm having to listen to right now. That's so bland and uninspiring. I don't care. Lana going through a table is mesmerizing. I agree. Omnixel. Jason says Raw kind of sucks. Shayna says that they own both the Raw and SmackDown women's divisions. No mention of NXT, but surely they own that as well. Right, they're daring people to come and do something about it. It's going to be the Young Brooks. The Young Brooks! Young Brooks, here they come! The Young Brooks! Mandy Rose! Dana Brooke! Still haven't got matching ring attire. Still aren't calling them the Young Brooks. Unbelievable. Oh, hello. Lacey Evans. Bum, bum, ba-da-ba-dum, bum. Here's Lacey. What did I just miss? The freaking highlight of the week. That's what you missed. Peyton Royce. She got the Poison Ivy gimmick back again. She had this in NXT. No. She's got it on her graphics, but not on her ring attire. I saw Peyton Royce versus Asuka on an NXT tour in 2016. And she had ring attire where it had like all the leaves going... I think it was like a Poison Ivy kind of a gimmick. Is this a new tag team, is it? So they've broken her up with Billie Kay and they've put her with Lacey Evans. How does this make sense? I don't get this. Right, we've got Peyton Royce and Lacey Evans. Poor Billie Kay. Was Billie Kay that bad? I thought Billie Kay was hilarious. Right, we've got the Riot Squad coming down. Live to Riot, Riot to Live. I should imagine Liv is not happy. Could you imagine being Liv Morgan, seeing how Alexa Bliss is being booked? Your heart would be breaking, wouldn't it? You'd be like... It was meant to be me. Riot Squad, so many people. WCW Thunderbad. Imagine Lana looks for a tag partner to take them on, and it's Eva, and they both get put through a table. Matt, could you imagine my reaction if Eva Marie gets... Can you just imagine? I can't imagine. I can't imagine my reaction if Eva gets put through to... If Eva Marie comes back and one of the first things that happens is Nia Jax puts her through a table, I think a small black hole will be created. Like, my reaction would be so nuclear, so atomic, that a tiny black hole would be created that would destroy us all. It could have been me. Sean Reset says, Days, I've enjoyed Raw. Lacey Evans goes, I hate that spot. I hate that multi-person spot. Sucks. We've got Riot Squad up top. Doing it again. There we go. Another load of people down. Right, well, there we go. Eva Marie wins the Raw Women's Championship, says the Nico Guy 316. Liv Morgan is a really nice person, says Karate Buff. Dumb Spot says Ryan. Why break up the Iconics just to put Peyton in another tag team instead of giving her a singles push like what was planned? I don't get it, says Brony. Aaron says, please make this match at Hell in a Cell for the championship. Match of the night is right here. D-Max says, so who is Asuka facing on Sunday? Well, I honestly, I don't know. I did expect someone to get involved in that match. Nia did, but not until after it. But I can't say that it looks like we're building towards Asuka Nia. So, yeah, it does leave a few question marks. Maybe Asuka's not on the show. Bit strange. Raw Underground has been officially cancelled, says Bobby DL. Days, get the table! Days, imagine Garza entering the funhouse and flirting with Abby the Witch. Does Raw go till 10:30 Eastern? It's on for 3 hours. It'll go, I don't know what time it finishes, US time. 10? Is it? No. 11. 11. Lana is the best to get dropped through tables, says Mohammed. I would love to see Bianca and Zelina get a chance at the tag titles. Nothing but blondes in the ring, says Albert. Days, they need to return Armageddon match, says Infinite Zombies. They need to put someone else through a table, then hit them with a chair to show them that they love them, says John. Why is Peyton Royce in this tag team, asks Barry. It's a very good question. Peyton is looking good, says Jace. Days, where's Kia? I haven't seen her in a while. Well, yeah, I mean, you wouldn't because I'm obviously downstairs now. When we used to stream before, I was upstairs. So she's up there. She is around. But yeah, she never comes down here. Has WWE cancelled the Garza Charlie storyline? Maybe. We haven't seen anything to do with it in a while. Days, almost halftime scores. It's gone quickly, says Dara. Yep, I agree. We are about, just over 10 minutes away from the halftime scores. I think this is a tricky one to score. I've been entertained. I think the show is better than SmackDown. I think there's definitely things I would have changed and tweaked. I think there's been a couple of moments that just haven't made much sense as well. So I think there's been some good, there's been some bad. I think there's been, but what there has been is, I would say, pretty constant entertainment. So I give them a lot of credit for that. Hard one to score. Depends how you're feeling. I mean, Lana went through a table, so I mean, we're right up there. Little preview of NXT Halloween Havoc, which is a week tomorrow. No, week Wednesday. A week Wednesday. Getting my days mixed up. Right, we're back. We've got this multi-woman match. Let's change this over, so Jax and Baszler versus Riot Squad versus Royce and Evans versus the Young Brooks. The Young Brooks. Days, will Undisputed Era become 4-time tag champs on Wednesday? Maybe. It's a hard one to call because I don't know if they're done with Breezango's title run yet. I do think Undisputed Era would be better as tag champs. I don't think Breezango are really the right team. Right, Nia is in the ring. So is Mandy. Hype Man says, I'm feeling it might be a 10 out of 10. Lacey Evans has a beautiful peach, says Chris. I still need to know what an impromptu match is. Impromptu match? That's a match that's just made out the blue, isn't it? It doesn't make any sense, Days, says Heather. Sorry, I love the Fiend bashing Retribution, Bray's voice over Bliss is classic horror. It was awesome, says Kryfer. Well, just touching on that, it depends how you look at it. I don't look at that as if she... If I, for 1 second, believe that she actually managed to produce his voice out of her mouth, if that's the story that I'm being told, I'm out. I am officially out, right? Because that, as you said, is something you might see in a horror film. But this isn't a horror film. This is wrestling. So that is definitely not a direction that I would want to go at all. So, yeah, that's a concern if that's something they're teasing. But I must be honest, I didn't take it that way. Hence why I've not spoke about it like that. I took it as being psychological, like they edited it. Like they got her and they dubbed his voice over the top, and they've done it as a psychological thing. So I've took it that way. That's the way that I've read into it. But still, it's a bit strange. It's not something that I felt I needed. Riot kick. Oh, Ruby going for the cover on Lacey. 2. Oh, Shayna. Shayna grabs Ruby. Right, I thought that was it then. Baszler has got Ruby. Baszler throws Ruby into the ring. Nia grabbing Lacey. Looking for a Samoan drop. Bosh. 1, 2, 3. Nia and Shayna win. Nia and Shayna retain. Was that even for the tag titles? I don't know. Well, whatever, they've won. Botch Queen wins, says Nacho Black. What are you watching the show on? I'm watching it on BT Sport. Right, well, there we go. Nia and Shayna have retained. Holding up those championships. There's the commentary table, still destroyed. Yeah, it's been fun. We've got an Elias concert. NXT should have their own women's tag team championship, says Jim. Hope you're well, Jim. 5 months ago that was. 5 months. Flip. 5 months. That was a really good start to that SmackDown, actually. I remember that was how it opened, wasn't it? We just went and we was outside. And I think it was Renee Young. That was good. Days and everyone, they're not going to put Peyton in another tag team with how their entrance went and how they interacted. They are clearly positioning Peyton to feud with Lacey. Right, we've got Elias talking to a backing group. There we go. The Elias concert is next, guys. The Elias concert is next. I remember watching that. Felt like a month ago. It was an amazing start to SmackDown, and then it all went downhill. Big news, says she said, if any of you refute that, he should have said, if any of you disagree with that. Refute means disprove. She messed up. Who messed up? I always have the sound down, so I didn't hear any of that. Just off the top of my head, are we talking about Nia? I'm just trying to think who's cut a promo recently. It's Nia. Who botches all the time? Nia. I'm guessing you're referring to Nia. But I didn't hear that, so shout out to you, Big News. Days, imagine the NXT announcer teaming up with Lillian Garcia and also interviewing backstage. Walk with Elias. Retribution, Attack, Bray Wyatt. We've still got the Firefly Funhouse to come. Days, I'm watching this whilst in class, says Basti. Wow. What class are you in? What are you learning? Might be able to help. Fire a question in and we'll give you the answer, dude. That's how we work. We'll help you cheat. Yeah? Are you in exams? I'll Google it. I'll Google the answers for you. You can do this. You're going to be a lawyer. Yeah? We're gonna, by the end of this stream, you're going to be good enough to, like, be president. Days, where's Titus O'Neil? I have no idea, dude. Probably doing charity work. Knowing him is a good soul. Thank you for these great moments. Shout out to you, RJ Madma. As long as Nia puts Lana through the table, all is right with the world, says John. WWE stands for We Want Entertainment. What if The Fiend joins Retribution, says Alive WWE. Shout out to you. Days, can you update me on what I've missed, says Rabunt. Lana went through a table. Asuka retained the title. Fiend battered Retribution. Retribution lost to Hurt Business. Jordan O'McBean is with AJ Styles. I still don't know that's how you pronounce his name, by the way. I still haven't heard his name get pronounced. I'm having to like come up with that from just reading it on a bit of paper, but that might not be how you pronounce his surname. But I know it's spelt that way, O'McBean. I think that's about it. Days, did you know that you're human? I did. The Fiend joining the Hurt Business. Nia Jax could put Michael Cole through a table. That would be funny. Space Ghost, shout out to you, my friend. We are just at commercial break. When we go back, we've got the Elias concert. And then when we get to the next commercial break, I will get your thoughts and scores. I watched main event before Raw. If this is a great tag team, then Shayna is Shawn Michaels and Nia is Marty Jannetty. I doubt Nia killed someone 20 odd years ago, threw their body into a lake, and then is going to mention it on social media anytime soon. Allegedly. Right, here's Elias. That looks good, doesn't it? Tell you what, they've done a lot of work there. I think we might actually be getting a concert. We've got proper drums and everything. This isn't just Elias on a stool. This is like a full backing group. Look at this. A live concert from Elias. Universal Truth out next week. Who wants to walk with Elias? Did they change the theme song for Raw and SmackDown? They did for Raw. I don't know if they did for SmackDown. She's killed Lana. Right, here we go. Here we go. Are we actually going to get some songs? Yeah, they are promoting this. Look, Universal Truth available next Monday. Amen. Brackets. I'm going in. It's all right. It's got like proper backing singers. Seems like they're really investing in him being like a recording artist, and this is his gimmick, and they're putting an album out, and I like the backing singers. tell you what, the song's all right. Chorus is pretty good. I don't think his voice is that great, but I think they've gone and put something pretty decent together here. Like, this song is legit. No, not tongue-in-cheek or anything cringy. This isn't... I don't think this is cringy. But it is... It's a bit fozzy. And look at some of the faces there. There's a few people that are like non-lungs, a few people that are like... There's a few people like this. A lot of people are just kind of looking a little bit bored. But there's a few people doing this. But I honestly think that they've invested in him being a recording artist. And actually they're trying to get him over as being someone that's putting an album out. And, you know, is actually capable of putting out a few songs. I thought that song was alright. Guys, we're going on now. Lead Me Home. This is from Universal Truth. Available next Monday. It's got like a country vibe to it. I think the backing singers add a lot. I honestly like this song, says Guess Husifer. Lead Me Home is better, says Brandon. Anna says no, not for me. Yeah, I think it's a bit generic. I think it's a bit paint by numbers. There's not really anything very exciting here. Or anything like experimental. It's just a pretty standard song. Played perfectly well. Perfectly fine. I think the backing singers add something to the choruses. And I can see some people getting into that. When he's about to sing a song, you don't know what to expect, do you? You kind of sat there going, is this going to be cringe and awful? Is he going to talk about how Jeff Hardy attacked him and all that kind of stuff? But they're proper songs. So, I've got respect for that. They're trying something there. I've got respect for that. There we go. That was crazy. It was okay, says Chalmers. How can you hear us? How can you hear us? Elias is like, you want one more? I can hear you. How? There's no sound. Jeff Hardy has grabbed the guitar. Well, it's Jeff Hardy. I mean, we can all tell that. Why is he even in disguise? Why is he even in disguise? Is anyone surprised? Jeff Hardy says, I didn't hit you with that car. No, but you almost hit him with that electric guitar. Two wrongs do not make a right, Jeff. Wow, that's a shame, because we were almost going to hear song number 3 from Universal Truth. But we're going to have to wait till next week. We got Miz and Morrison backstage. Nice promo. Hardy has some great guitar playing. Jeff with the guitar skills. I wanted him to play Judas. Judas in my mind. Oh, God. Do you think now WWE are going to be like AEW? Where when Elias comes out, he's going to start coming out to one of his songs. And the crowd are going to sing along. And we're going to have to show shots of the crowd singing along for like 5 minutes. Till the match actually starts. That's annoying. We've got Tucker with Miz and Morrison. You keep delaying the trial. Tucky says he's going to find a partner. I wonder who his partner's going to be. Hell in a Cell should have Elias backup band versus Retribution. Jeff dyed his hair again, says Jeremy. I don't mind it when the crowd sings Judas. I love that song. It's every week, dude. Like, if it was once where he came out, like, at pay-per-view or something, but it's every time he comes out. It must be in his contract. Right, we got the New Day. Here they come. Big Elias. Does feel like something missing, doesn't there? Kofi and Xavier making their way down. The New Day. They've still got the New Day name. Unicorns, trombone, all of that stuff. I wonder if someone will replace Big E. I don't think so. Big news, says Pyrox. Why Jen versus Elias concert at the end of a pay-per-view. Okay, we're going to commercial break now, so start getting in your half-time scores. Half-time scores. Friday Night SmackDown moves to FS1 this Friday. Yeah, get your scores in. I want the newer day, says BOD Talks. Monica says it doesn't feel the same. I mean, like, it's going to feel like there's something missing, isn't there? It's going to feel that way. Days, now that you said that, I feel that Tucky will replace Big E. Oh. Right, here they come. C says 9 out of 10. Kermu says 8. Chalmers says 675. Rosalind says 7. Paul B says 5. Nigel B says 6.5. Alexa Bliss fan says 8. Future Compilation says 7.5. Xavier says 5. Brandon says 8.5. Nathan King says 7.5. Brony FN says 7.25. Ribnun says 6. Seth says 420. The Nico guy says 7. Brax the Beast says 7. Brandon says 9. Daryl says 2.8. Paul B says 5. Ryan says 7. Brony says 7.25. Tyler says 8. Let's try and go down. 6 from Matthew. Tyler 8. Kayvon 10. Brax the Beast 7. J14 with a 6. Brad G with a 10, just because Lana went through the table. Philip gives it a 5. John 7.5. Sufian OA, is it? 6.75. Birak says 5.5. It's average. John O says 7.5. It's been solid. John Cena Gamer with a 9. Eric Rowan could return at Hell in a Cell. That's interesting. Biram. Sonny with a 7. Sonny with a 7. Let's go down to the latest ones. Everyone throwing their scores in. Don't forget, we did say this last time, and it's not something that we've ever really thought about before. But a lot of your comments are obviously seen by everyone else. So, I've said before, like, if I was in the chat, there'd definitely be people in the chat, in the community, that I'd be like, yeah, I agree with them. I really like what they're saying. I like that idea. I like that theory. And so they'll see, those people will see your scores, and they'll be interested to know what you think. And it's just, I think, quite interesting. There's definitely people that you kind of look out for and see, you know, how are they scoring it. I never give away like my halftime scores, only because I don't really have one at this stage. I have a gut feeling as to how the show is, and I think that it's a solid show. I'm probably about a 7.5, maybe a 7.75, something like that. Maybe a 7.75. There's been some really fun moments. Obviously, the Lana thing was very fun. I think the whole Fiend taking out Retribution, I think I was down for that. I think there's been like, I didn't need that women's tag match, in all fairness. I think Retribution losing the opener, tapping out was a bit, what's that about? The Elias concert was pretty good. What we just got, I was all right with that. Jordan being with AJ, that's pretty good. So, yeah, I think there's some good stuff here. Right, we are coming back. Days, my rating, says M. Barnes, is 8.5 because it was shocking Fatal 4-Way. Here's Elias backstage. Here's Charlie. It hasn't hurt anything, Elias, don't worry. Elias said, I thought during my downtime people would stop interrupting me. Next Monday. So next week we're getting Elias, Jeff Hardy. Oh, what? This Sunday? Okay, well, there we go. It's been booked for Hell in a Cell. I can tell you that the New Day are about to cut some promos. So we've had the Elias concert. Now we're getting a New Day promo. What? I miss Lana going through the table. Yeah. They are Raw Tag Team Champs. Women's tag would have been gold with new champs to open. Shayna up to take on Asuka, says James. Firefly Funhouse still to come, yeah. Xavier saying that 2020 has been a garbage fire. Kofi says we're going to be okay. Just breathe. Sheamus. Well, we have got Kofi versus Sheamus. They have announced it. So this isn't the biggest surprise. Sheamus says, I'm glad you've stopped crying because that stuff was embarrassing. Big E's on SmackDown. Two-thirds of the New Day. Sheamus says both of you Muppets are going to end up on the wrong end of a broke. I think we'll see Nikki meet the new Alexa tonight, says Glasgow Geek. Shout out to you. Yeah, perhaps it's going to be Sheamus and Fella versus Xavier and Kofi. Fella! I thought you said two turds. You got to look at reality. You are divided. And as a result, you will fall. Ugh. Not massively into this, but Old Day Crusts, says Nacho Black. I want Kofi to return to his old theme, SOS. Sanic, Sheamus lost his stupid look, says Intelligence. Don't say it. New Day rocks. This is a bit flat. This just really feels flat. I feel like what Xavier and Kofi needed to do was kind of evolve somehow. Needed to kind of kick on now that Big E is gone. They can't really just stick doing the same thing. But that's exactly what they seem to be doing. Like, honestly, when crowds come back, I'm still expecting these two to throw pancakes out into the crowd. And I kind of feel like we need to move on. We need to move forward. They need to... New Day have been very, very good at kind of bringing in new things. So, obviously, they had the whole Bootios thing. Then they did the pancakes. We've had ice cream in there as well. You know, and they've done, like, the unicorns. We were doing this when we was watching Hell in a Cell the other day with the whole unicorn horn stuff. So they've done a lot of little things. I kind of feel like they need... Maybe not a drastic change. I'm not saying now they've got to start wearing black and having moody music. They can call themselves the New Day. They can wear bright colours. I like the bright colours. They're one of the few teams that wear bright colours. So I got no issue with the ring attire. No issue with the name. No issue with any of that. But I do feel like they needed to introduce something new. I don't know what that could be. But just something to make the team feel fresh. It feels stale. It feels weird without Big E. And it feels like they're a bit lost, if I'm being honest. And maybe that's a story they could tell. Maybe they could tell that now. I mean, if Sheamus gets a win here, they could tell the story that the New Day are a bit lost without Big E. Which could be quite interesting. Kofi versus Sheamus. Dropkick by Kofi. Sheamus goes to the outside. I don't even know why we're getting this match, to be honest. Into the edge of the ring goes Kofi. I'm seeing the promo was flat. Flat day, says Nacho. Yeah, it was a bit flat. SmackDown matches on Raw, it seems. WWE showing a concert on Raw is like showing cricket during the Premier League, says Febin. The New Day act is stale, and it has been for some time. I do agree. I think that... I think throwing out the pancakes and all of that has been stale for a little while. I think that taking Big E out is fine. I think it's great for Big E. And I think there's an opportunity there for Kofi and Xavier to now do something different. Again, you know, it's hard to sit here and say exactly what it should be. But I'm sure that they can put their heads together and come up with something that's going to just freshen it up a little bit. Kofi is an awesome talent. He should get another WWE run, says Petrus. Astro Edits and Drawings says, I want Big E to backstab the New Day and a storyline between Kofi, Xavier versus Big E. Well, I think they're trying to have Big E as a face and build him up so that they can have that nice WrestleMania moment when he finally wins the belt. You've got to think that's the plan. That's got to be the plan. So the guess is that they don't want to turn him heel because they want to build him up as the face. Maybe do Roman versus Big E at some point. Maybe that's a match that's penciled in. Maybe not for next year's WrestleMania, but maybe WrestleMania 38, Big E versus Roman or something. So, yeah, perhaps they don't want to turn him heel at the moment, which I can understand. I can understand, but maybe eventually. My halftime score was 10, just because of Nia putting Lana through the table, and I don't even like Nia, says Brian. I love New Day, says Reniel. Hello to David. James says, I agree, Days, but also I wouldn't complain with heel Kofi. Yeah. Heel Kofi could be interesting. I don't know where that leaves Xavier, but yeah, heel Kofi could be interesting. The only thing with heel Kofi is he's kind of a family guy. Like, he's a family man. And I kind of feel like maybe Xavier turning might be a bit more interesting. Because Xavier would have a reason to turn. Because Kofi has achieved everything. He's been champ. Big E's now getting the push. Where's Xavier's push? Why has Xavier not been pushed? Where's the support for Xavier? And he can say, when I was out injured, you guys carried on without me. We did the podcast, but you never checked in on me. I don't know. I think you could easily put something together, and I think it would make Xavier interesting. I think it's more believable that Xavier would turn heel than it is Kofi turn heel. Because Kofi's a family guy getting on a bit in age now. What's he got to be angry about? But Xavier. I could see Xavier turning, says Crazy Cheech. I hated that Jay lost to Roman, says Astro Edits. Right, well, we're back. Sheamus is in control. Shout out to Renel. Anna, shout out to you. Anna Dawes says, Kofi as a heel would seem like a puppy on a field of lions. Xavier, on the other hand, would be a better heel. Kofi would be a puppy in a field of lions. That's let me tell you, that has painted quite the image. Quite the image. Too Risky says, sorry I'm late, but the Elias performance was amazing. Nacho Black says, heel Kofi would be better than heel Big E. Big E is a goof. He was not good as a heel. Xavier is a perfect heel in the group. Maybe Xavier injures Kofi. And that writes him off TV, and it leads to a feud between the two. And then we could get Big E versus Xavier at Survivor Series. Well, those seeds haven't been planted yet. I mean, in all fairness, I don't want them planted at all. I think if Xavier will turn on Kofi, I think if these two are going to split at any point, then it has to be out of the blue, doesn't it? Strike to the midsection by Sheamus. We are edging our way towards the final hour. Big E is in the crowd. Is he? To kick out by Kofi. They have been using superstars in the crowd more. Xavier is pointing at someone. I think you're right. He's watching. Oh, yeah, I couldn't see him. There he is. Big E is watching in the Thunderdome. He's like this. Look, Xavier trying to point it out to Kofi. Kofi stomps down. He's right there. He's right there. That's fun. Kofi stomping down on Sheamus. Kofi is getting the title. Kofi getting the title was a fluke. It was a fluke. Big strike by Kofi. And again. Drop kick by Kofi. Sheamus goes for a clothesline. Brogue? No. Kofi comes crashing down with a clothesline. Against the ropes goes Xavier. Boom drop. Boom drop by Kofi. Kofi points at Big E. Here we go. Sheamus getting up. Kofi charges over. Sheamus moves out the way. Kofi up top, comes crashing down with a crossbody. 1, 2. Kick out by Sheamus. Boom drop. One of them took your advice. He's pointing at Big E. It's cool. It's cool that Big E's there. Shows that he's just gets him over even more as a face, doesn't it? I mean, it just shows that he's so supportive. Like, he could be doing anything now, but he's watching his friends. He could do anything, but he's watching Raw. What a hero. 1, 2. Oh, shoulder up by Kofi. That was close. That was close. Arshad, says Roman. Xavier won't turn, says William, nor will Kofi. They will eventually take on Retribution. Chalmers said, Ali has tweeted, stand by for an important announcement. What do you think that means? I think that it means that he's got something that he wants to say that is very important. And he wants to make sure that you hear it. That's it. There we go. I'm reading between the lines, but I think he wants you to keep watching. Here we go. Kofi crawling over to the ropes. Sheamus had a clover leaf on, but small package. 1, 2. Just a 2. Big E can be a singles competitor, but not as a heel, says Nacho Black. Into the corner goes Kofi. Still got Firefly Funhouse to come. Still got Keith Lee against Braun Strowman. Oh, Kofi dropped down on his head. 1, 2. Shoulder up again by Kofi. SmackDown hacker revealed tonight, says Dave. Is Big E wearing any clothes? Well, he is topless, but I didn't think that he... I'm guessing he's wearing some kind of pants. Let's just hope that we don't find out. Okay, so Kofi down. Sheamus in control. Samoa Joe could be Tucky's partner. That's a great shout, Paul B. I'd love that. I mean, Samoa Joe's in a suit, so unless he's... I don't know how that would happen. Unless he's just like Superman. He's always in his attire underneath. He just rips it off and he's ready to go. I can tell you, Sheamus has got Kofi on his shoulders. Taking him over to the corner. Some elbows coming in by Kofi. Kofi. Boom. Down goes Sheamus from that middle rope. 1 hour to go. That looked awkward landing on his head. Yeah, they're doing some big spots here that just don't need to be done. Like this corner spot didn't add anything to this match. Didn't need it. Roman Reigns puts the food on the table. I saw Sonya Deville whilst watching the Asuka Lana match. Is she going to be returning to face Asuka soon? Not seen any rumours for it, but you would imagine she will come back at some point. This is a sloppy match on Sheamus's part, says Crazy Cheech. Samoa Joe could do a Cesaro and rip it off his... He could, couldn't he? He could. Do you remember when he was doing that? That kind of... It was kind of a Bond thing, wasn't it? Bit weird. 2. Kick out by Kofi. Dave, Samoa Joe isn't returning to wrestling yet. Maybe it'll be Byron Saxton then. 1, 2. No. Kick out again. Trouble in Paradise. 1, 2, 3. Kofi wins. Kofi wins a very energetic match. That's all I'm going to say. Kofi wins. New Day rocks, says Rosalind. Fiend versus Mustafa Ali. Big E, celebrate him. 1, 2, 3, done. There we go. Kofi wins. Yay, New Day, says DJ Venom. Yeah, final hour. Final hour. We've got Firefly Funhouse. We've got Keith Lee and Strowman. We've got... I think that's everything, actually. I don't think anything else has been announced. There was a little graphic. That's 3, says Xavier. Okay, what are they doing now? Xavier just shining up the boots of Kofi. Kofi Kingston is the best in the New Day. Nacho Black says Big E on the Thunderdome screen. Yeah, it's a nice touch. Okay. Sheamus won a match. Whatever. Chalmers says, great match for what it was. This match normally wouldn't get that much attention in 2020. They're showing us earlier tonight. T-bar, back elbow. Oh, God, it's so good how he put it on. Back elbow. Whoa, half Nelson. Back elbow. Whoa, full Nelson. Yeah. T-bar, the weak link. Lights went out. Came back on. Standing next to Ali. That was fun. That was a good moment. I like this beatdown. It sucks for Retribution, but it was a good beatdown. Mace getting slammed. Look at that. Mace got slammed onto the commentary table. The commentary table didn't break. Lana, who's considerably lighter, goes onto it, and it absolutely gets destroyed. That shows the force that Nia is hurling Lana through the table with. The Fiend can pick up Mace, slam him onto the table, and the table goes, nah. Whereas Nia can grab little old Lana. Just shows the power, the intensity. God. Here's Ali. Ali's got something to say, guys. They made the mistake in thinking my only power is strength in numbers. My power is creating chaos. All I need is a laptop, a cell phone, a secret. I've learnt to embrace that power. I wasn't watching show. I learned all of your secrets. There we go. Well done. I mean, we did know that at the time because you did a rubbish job of disguising your voice. So, you're not that good, mate. Good, talented individuals are being forgotten. Dreams are left to die. How was Dominic Dijakovic forgotten? How was Mia Yim forgotten? How was Dio Madden forgotten? Is this what happens if you're a commentator and you get put through a table and you go away for a while? You come back bitter and twisted. Well, there we go. Not what I would have done with the hacker storyline. I still think that had legs. I still think that had potential. Ali is not a believable heel. Rubbish job hiding your voice. Yeah. Well, that must also mean then that Xavier Woods... I mean, we know that Ali was one of the voices, but we know that Xavier Woods was as well. So, do you know what interests me more? What we've just been talking about with the New Day splitting. Because Xavier Woods was also one of the voices. So was Shorty G. Makes you think, doesn't it? Does it? I don't know. How did we forget Dio? What's his face? They had to finish that hacker storyline off somehow. Yeah, I just wanted them to go back to it, to be honest. I just think they still could have revealed some secrets. I really felt they were going to use it to reveal what happened with the Elias Jeff Hardy story, you know? Plus, there's so many other little secrets and things that he only revealed one thing, didn't he? I can't remember anything else that he revealed apart from the Mandy Rose thing. Even the Zelina poisoning Street Profits, that wasn't hacker. That was footage being given to Samoa Joe. Days, the hacker account just tweeted. Well, there's no mystery now. It's Ali. We know it's Ali. What did it say? Did it say, surprise, surprise, surprise? But, you know, we should ask Ali. Why did he follow that random news outlet? Why did he follow that? What was that about, Ali? Austin316 says, I could have sworn that I was the hacker. What if it is Jason Jordan or a returning star? What, that's going to partner Tucky? The hacker on Twitter posted a new thing 3 minutes ago. Zuba says, Ali's a damn good talker. I kind of liked it, more so than any Retribution appearance so far. C Wrestling says, they still can. He just said he watched everyone and everything. Oh, what? So he can still reveal some of the things that he learnt? Yeah, it's not really the same as like all the cryptic stuff though, is it? I mean, you're right that he can still reveal some of the stuff he learnt whilst he was away, but I would have continued with that hacker storyline. I really would. I felt that had legs on its own. It's not the end of the world. That explains Mace's last tweet. Hate tables, hate tables, hate tables. When is WWE going to bring back the Ruthless Aggression series? I enjoyed that series, says J14. I don't know. Did it finish? I don't know where we got to with it. Tucker and Tuck. Yes, Tuck is going to be Tucker's partner. Tuck and Tucker. Oh, man. That would be sick. Did you hear that Goldberg's returning? Perhaps Goldberg's going to be Tucky's partner. It is the end of the world, Days, says Big News. Days, now don't tell me he's hacked the Funhouse. Monday night tag matches. Blue and White Army says, I'm a bit annoyed that Ali is the hacker. Kermu said the hacker storyline happened before with GTV. He also posted a black and white photo with Retribution on it and said, our truth will be revealed. This show has sucked, says Dustin Walker. Days, what have I missed? I haven't been watching, says Sam Hall. Quite a bit. I mean, I feel like there's been a fair few things that have happened. I think we're building towards Ali Fiend. But we'll see what happens in the Funhouse episode. Right, we've got the Hurt Business. Here's Titus. There you go. Ask and you shall receive. I think Titus would be a really good GM. Titus says that he could take the Hurt Business worldwide. You definitely dress the part. MVP says, give me a moment to confirm. We're in business. Hang on, what? Oh dear. They're beating up Titus. Hurt Business attacking Titus. I mean, you've got right. There's an interesting little thing there where Titus is trying to join the Hurt Business. The Hurt Business attack him. They spend all of 2 seconds on it, and now we go straight over to 2 Muppets in the ring. I mean, honestly, could that backstage segment have not had a bit more time to breathe? Do you know what I mean? Like, I would have liked a little bit more. I don't know. Pace of that was completely wrong for me. I was really into that then. I was like, okay, Titus joining. I don't think he's going to. I think they're going to turn on him. They do turn on him, start beating him down, and then that's it. Now we're at Miz and Morrison. Would have liked a bit more to it. But we do have to move on. Tucky's here. Oh, he's found a premier luchador. It must be Goldberg. Who? El Grangorno. Oh, I love him. I love El Grangorno. Big fan of him. I think he wrestles in CMLL. Wow. El Grangorno? Yeah. El Grangorno. Gordo. That's it. El Gran Gordo. If you've never seen him work, he's had some incredible matches down in AAA, CMLL. He's got a pink cape, pink mask, pink pants, pink knee pads. Little bit on the chunky side for a luchador. You don't tend to see him that kind of size. And he's got a little Money in the Bank briefcase with him. Si, senor. Si, senor Tucky. Si, senor. Miz is upset. You are not championship material. What's going on? Why is he so upset? Good find. About time they started bringing some external talent in. You spit on anyone that's ever held a Money in the Bank contract? Miz says you're wasting it. Daze, what was the point of the draft? Says Brent Lanning. I don't know what you mean. Miz says one of us looks like a WWE superstar. He definitely isn't referring to himself. No way is he referring to himself. He says, I've represented this company in all forms of media. This is still better than Trash Corbin. Brother Nero says Gordo means fat. He is the biggest lucha I've ever seen, in all fairness. This is a Miz passionate promo. This is awesome, says Cora. Otis is on Raw. Is he? Is he in the Thunderdome? Miz says the court case is going to work in my favor because I know how to play the system. He wants the money in the bank contract and he wants to bring prestige back to it. You can put a mask on a pig, but it's still a pig. I mean, that is true. I mean, technically, I think it'd be a lucha pig. But, it would still be a pig. I don't think anyone's denying that. Is anyone denying that? I've never denied that. Yes! I tell you what. Hopefully this means that we're going to get a Le Gran Gorno. A Le Gran Gorno Mattel figure. Let's do some translating. English, Spanish, translate. Here we go. Hang on. Let's go Spanish to English, actually. Let's go Spanish to English. Le Gran God. No. Do you want to hear what it does translate as? Le Gran Gordo. Le Gran Gordo. Here's what it translates as. Hang on, let's turn this up.
The Great Fat.
Le Gran Gordo translates as the Great Fat.
The Great Fat.
Yeah!
The Great Fat. The Great Fat. The Great Fat.
Yeah!
Le Gran Gordo.
Le Gran Gordo. The Great Fat. I have been a fan for years, honestly. Did some excellent work down in Mexico. Was part of Los Ingobernables.
Le Gran Gordo.
Le Gran Gordo. Very cool, man. The Great Fat. Yeah, honestly, who knew that Tucky would go and get the Great Fat as a tag team partner? Shout out to Jonathan Wilberding. Is the question mark secretly a part of the Dark Order or Retribution? He's got to be somewhere. I think he's having to self-isolate in Monrovia. Days, it's not a lie. The Great Fat. The Great Fat. Please give us a figure. Days, I honestly miss those passionate promos that Miz used to cut. And now he just cuts another great promo. I noticed every time he's on Raw, that happens. I loved the moment when Le Gran Gordo won the Stake Championship Wrestling Championship. Yeah, it was huge, wasn't it? It was huge. He is very big in the speed eating world down in Mexico. The Great Fat is a great wrestler from CMLL. I remember a fat wrestler in AAA or CMLL that wore gold and silver, says Rob M. I hate Heavy Machinery and Le Gran Gordo. How dare you? People are saying they don't know who the Great Fat is. He made The Undertaker go into retirement and he broke Goldberg. It's true. It's very, very true. Big News says he should cash in as the Great Fat. He's more over, isn't he, as the Great Fat? Well, I say that. People are probably hating it on social media. Twitter's probably against it. Days, it was my idea. I pointed it out from the Thunderdome and they took it. What, you came up, Brooke, with the great fat. You're a flipping genius. El Grand Gordo won the Burger King Mexican Championship. Well, guys, it's happening. We're back, and the great fat Le Gran Gordo is on the edge of the ring. Miz and Morrison. Yes. I remember actually seeing Le Gran Gordo taking on Mil Mascaras. I think it was in like the early 80s. I think it was in maybe Mid-South. Yeah, had a great series. Took on Blue Demon, El Santo. There's statues of him actually in Mexico, Le Gran Gordo. You might not know this, but if you go to any Wendy's in Mexico City, Mexico, you actually walk between his legs. Like, the statue is that big. You actually walk into the Wendy's in between his legs. It's just got him standing there like that. Le Gran Gordo. He holds the record for the most Wendy burgers eaten in 10 seconds. He had 120. So they've it's only in Mexico City, but they've got all these massive statues. So this is a big get for Monday Night Raw. Their Mexican ratings are going to go through the roof tonight. I think Gran Gordo just won Moolah in the briefcase in the Cringe Continental Wrestling. James says, speaking of luchadors, why was the Hurricane Sean Spears been a little bit hating lately? What, the Hurricane? Shane Helms? I haven't seen him say anything. If we don't get free tacos out of this, I'll have to give Raw a lower score. Days, forget who wins this match. The Miz wins this whole thing with that promo, says Febin. Birrick says, I miss Morrison's old trouser style. I miss his old robes. Do you remember when he used to come down with those really cool jackets? They weren't robes, they were jackets, weren't they? I miss those. Here we go. Yes, here we go. Lucha, lucha, lucha. Ah, he's gonna make lucha things. He's gonna make some lucha things. Boom. That cape. There's not enough capes in wrestling. So good to see a cape. Nice kick there by Le Gran Gordo. Up top, bit of a yeah. Whoa! Look at that arm drag. And a cartwheel by Le Gran Gordo. Picks him up. Power slam. Goes for the cover. 1, 2. Knee strike. Knee strike. Damn it. The counts are a lot quicker in Mexico. Lucha Pig is still a better name than T-Bar. Yeah. Here is Miz trying to sneak up on Lucha Pig. Here's our Truth. Truth getting in the ring 24/7. He's kind of walking past like this. We've got a few people following. Like, why is Drew Gulak holding that referee's hand like a child? Drew Gulak was with the ref holding him by the hand. We've got a few superstars running through. Le Gran Gordo. Hey, look at this. Look at the Lucha House Party. They could replace Kalisto with him. Yeah. I bet they're so shocked. They're like, Le Gran Gordo's here. Boom. Big splash. 1, 2, 3. Yes. Oh, I want to see the Lucha House Party get in the ring and celebrate with him. El Gran Gordo picks up the win. Yeah, man. I did like that where the Lucha house party stopped and they looked back. Couldn't believe what they saw in the ring. Like, wow, we know him from Wendy's. Le Gran Gordo. Tamika says, you're a terrible person and streamer. It's true. It is true. Here's Rambling Rabbit in a box. And he's got lots of carrots. He's just moved. That's why. He got packed in a box as they moved from SmackDown to Raw. It had Raw printed on the side. Funhouse coming up next. Lucha House Party was a great little addition. Funhouse, yeah. I feel a Lars invasion coming on. Lord says El Gran Gordo was the wrestling alter ego of Dr. Eggman in one of the Sonic the Hedgehog characters. Who got pinned? Miz. Days, you must go back and watch some of his Taco Bell street fights. Meltzer gave them 5 stars, says J14. Yes. Yes. A Taco Bell street fight. Oh, yes. Very good. Very good. Lucha House Gordo. Did you hear about the luchador that collapsed and died in the ring? That's happened a few times. There was one. I saw a name earlier, but I don't know anything about that. I didn't know who they were, to be honest. But I know there was one that collapsed in the ring in London a few years ago. So, yeah, it's happened a few times, sadly. Costa Games says, how would you book Keith Lee? Shout out to you, buddy. How would I book Keith Lee? I think little bit difficult to book Keith Lee because he is someone that is new and there's quite a few new faces around. There's quite a few people that you'd want to see get pushed. I mean, like, I know Big E has been around for a long time, but you'd want to see Big E getting his moment now that he's going solo. I mean, at what point are we pulling the trigger on Aleister Black? You know, so you kind of look at him. Kevin Owens, what are we doing with him? Sami Zayn's just come back. Roman Reigns is obviously at the top. People love The Fiend. It's really difficult to look at Keith Lee and see a clean way forward. I kind of feel like with Keith, he just needs to have a really great feud. A really, really great feud. That might be against Braun Strowman, actually. I think Strowman's just coming off having the title. I think that if Keith Lee could get the better of Strowman in a feud, that would set him up quite nicely for next year. I don't think... I mean, Keith Lee could be someone that goes on to win the Royal Rumble. I don't know that they're going to pull the trigger that quick. They might do. But, yeah, he's definitely a big player. He's definitely one for the future. He's definitely a future champion. No doubt about that. But it's quite... I mean, you've got Edge coming back as well. I mean, I really think that Edge Orton is WrestleMania. So I think you've got to get the idea of Keith Lee going for the championship out of your mind. Honestly, Keith Lee against Bobby Lashley might be interesting for the United States belt. That could be interesting. You could do Keith Lee against Braun Strowman for a little bit and then maybe do a little program of him with the Hurt Business. And then, honestly, once we get into awards this time next year, then you might want to start thinking about the big one and start moving. But I think for now, just kind of introduce him, give him some wins, give him some momentum, make him have some great moments. You want some YouTube clips that are going to do really well? You're going to get that between him and Braun. Just imagine some of the things that him and Braun can do. They've already knocked into the barricade and had the whole barricade fall down. So, I mean, like, imagine if, like, Keith Lee gets thrown into the ThunderDome screen. We haven't had anyone break a ThunderDome screen yet. That would be interesting. What if Keith picks up Braun and throws him into a ThunderDome screen? That could be interesting. So I'd be doing that for a while. Here is Mandy Rose giving, oh man, look, she's hitting. I can't believe it. Le Grand Gordo is flirting with Mandy Rose. Unbelievable scenes. El Gran Gordo hitting on Mandy Rose. Right, Firefly Funhouse should be coming up. I already know the wheel will have some crazy matches. Well, the wheel that they showed for NXT had like buried alive matches, didn't it? Here we go. Never ever end. Yay! He's unpacking, guys. He's got his mallet. Is this going to be a proper... He's got the black sheep's mask and he laughs. What is that? I don't even know what that was. Monday Night Raw. Okay. He says, I'm sad to leave my friends on SmackDown. But I can't wait to make some new friends. And we see a glimpse of the Fiend attacking Retribution earlier. And we see the Hurt Business as well. He says, looks like we're already on to a great start. Here's Abby. Abby says she just wants to sleep. It's nighttime behind her. Huskus, and we got Rambling. Rambling Rabbit's going to be a better father and husband. Wow. Rambling Rabbit's got a kid. Here we go. Bray's coming over. I promise to be a better friend. We're just seeing all the times that Rambling has been eaten by Mercy. Oh yeah, that in the blender. It's been a harsh existence for Rambling Rabbit. This is good. This isn't just a promo. I miss these Funhouse episodes. The past is in our heads. The future is in our hands. And now he gets eaten by Mercy. Fresh start, more like fresh meat. I can't believe it's dark outside. Hello, I bet it's Alexa, is it? Ooh. Back in Freddy Krueger stuff. Okay, so Alexa back in the, back in her Freddy Krueger attire that she's wore before. That was good. I tell you what I liked there. There was one thing that really stuck out. He said, the past is in our heads, the future is in our hands. And as he said it, he was holding hands, I think with Ramblin' Rabbit, the exact same way he was holding hands with Alexa at the start of the show. So he's kind of implying there that Alexa is his future And obviously, you know, she comes out at the end of the Funhouse there. So, yeah, I mean, it didn't really give us any answers as to who he was targeting. Obviously, he's already shown Retribution and the Hurt Business, so we know that they're very heavily involved. But don't know exactly who he's going after, or if they were just a distraction. Don't know if they're the next feud. But I did like that little moment. That was good. And that was a much better Funhouse than what we've had before. My problem with Firefly Funhouses have been that they've just been promos. But that actually felt like there was a bit of like work that had been put into it, bit of backstory, used the puppets. Some good stuff there. That was all right. Strowman versus Lee next. Sonny says, Alexa looks nice. Alexa in the Funhouse. It was a good Funhouse, not just a promo, says Brony. I like the Funhouse, wasn't just a regular promo. Yeah, I agree. Strowman coming out, so Strowman versus Lee, yes. Alexa in the Funhouse, yeah. That was definitely a Raw Funhouse. Alexa Bliss is ruining the Fiend character, in my opinion. Daniel says, R.I.P. Rambling Rabbit. Longer Funhouse, says Butterspark. Fireworks burnt Strowman on his side. I didn't see. I was looking at the chat following the Funhouse thing. Slowly get into the Funhouses that we all love. Who knew just a little brand change would do the job? Austin says, I don't like Alexa being in the Funhouse. How come, Austin? Let me know. The Funhouse needs to go away, says John. Joshua says, that was great. I really think this Alexa Bray setup has been one of the better drawn out storylines. Remember when we first saw the tease and wanted it right away? The wait was worth it. Alexa had a Freddy Krueger outfit, says Mark Clark. Do you think James Storm is going to show in WWE? Not sure. He's just selling damage from Roman, says List of Jericho. Yeah, I don't know about James Storm. I would have said no, because when they brought him in before, they brought him to NXT and he changed his mind. And so I didn't think they were on great terms. But apparently there was talk that he was meant to come to WWE. I don't know where we are with it now. Sandman says that was great. Alexa had her Freddie. Yes, she did, Mark. Yep. Bo Dallas needs to come back with Rowan and Harper. Days, what if the Fiend became 24/7 champion? I think then we would all say it's dead. It's done. It's game over. That is not a title the Fiend needs to be with. William says jealousy days. Jealousy days. Austin wants to be in the Funhouse. Oh, got you. Alexa Bliss is definitely turning into a female Fiend. Now she just needs a mask, because apparently she has got a split personality like Bray. There was a lot of throwback in the Funhouse, especially with the in our head is in the past and the future in our hands, says me, not you. Days, the song in the intro was the same song in the Bel Air promo. The intro to Raw. I only like Bray being the host of the Funhouse. I don't think Alexa is that good in her role as a female Fiend. So it doesn't interest me, her being in the Funhouse. That's fair, Austin. What's the main event match? I don't think it's this, is it? I mean, we've got 20 odd minutes to go. The Fiend was ruined when Goldberg beat him, says Sebastian. At least Funhouse Bray and Alexa can kiss with no mask as a distraction. Hey, what happens in the Funhouse stays in the Funhouse, yeah? When the Funhouse is a rockin', don't come a knockin'. So there we go. Right, the Limitless One is on his way. Can we never forget what the real highlight of tonight was as well, please, with Lana going through that table. Am I the only one that thought the whole world in his hands when he said future in your hands? I think so, Chalmers. I didn't think that. So it was just you. Has Randy done his promo? No, he hasn't. Good shout. That's probably going to be the end, isn't it? Alexa just doesn't feel authentic in this role, says Jason. They might make the Rumble winner. They push Nakamura too quickly. They might make Keith the Rumble winner. They're just showing us a couple of weeks ago, Keith Lee. Bray beat R-Truth in the Funhouse for the title. Alexa in the Funhouse is amazing because she gets her own room. She gets her own puppets. Maybe Braun is next. Then Cena, who knows. But they might get their own rooms in the Funhouse. I'd love to see Alexa's bedroom in the Funhouse. See how that's decorated. I wonder why. Right, here's something though. Why was it dark behind Abby? Why was it nighttime behind Abby? It was never nighttime before. It's always daytime. Why is it nighttime now? So much changed. So much changed. Don't know why. I hope this doesn't end in another tuck finish, says LB. I'm tired of seeing Strowman, says Sebastian. I like Strowman's look at the moment. I like the t-shirt, the camo, the gloves. Someone said he looks like an angry gardener, which I can't unsee now. He does look like a tree doctor. But a badass tree doctor, yeah? Not just a tree doctor. Badass one. That would be funny. I mean, like, Elias has got an album out. Can't Strowman have a gardening show? Strowman tried to pick up Keith Lee, but seemed to buckle under the weight. Chalmers says, because fun houses are live and it's dark where they're at. Sonny says, maybe the darkness is coming. Wow. Seems like it's here. We've still got Orton, so this is going to be short. Braun looks like a lumberjack. William says, Abby is jealous of Alexa. 1, 2. Yeah, she was the only girl in that house, wasn't she? She was the only female. Now she's got to, like, share, maybe a bathroom and everything. Perhaps, like, her makeup's going missing. It's just not working. Do you know what I mean? You know, when you've got your own space and everything. She was the woman of the house. Now Alexa's here. She just wants to sleep, but she can't because, you know, Funhouse Bray's making a bit of noise. She's like, I just want to sleep. Just let me sleep. God, since that woman got here, everything's gone downhill. I'd love to explore that storyline. Forget Fiend versus Retribution. I want to see Sister Abigail, Abby the Witch, being moody with Alexa. Charging into the corner. Yeah, honestly, I mean, like, you're meant to squeeze toothpaste from the bottom. Like, really, you should roll it up from the bottom like this. Yeah, you don't, but Alexa, you're always squeezing it from the top. And if you squeeze it from the top, that means that all the toothpaste is at the bottom. All I'm asking is, can you just, from the bottom, yeah? It's just a little thing, but it drives me insane. And also, when you've used all the toilet roll, throw the little cardboard thing away. It doesn't live on the holder, Alexa, does it? I mean, there was a system before you got here, Alexa. There was a system. Everything worked. You're just disrupting a few things, yeah? We can work together, but you're just disrupting a few things. Strowman has won. So, that's a thing. Strowman was down. Keith Lee tried to pick him up, but it was a low blow. It wasn't a package vibrator. He just kind of knocked it with his head. I mean, Strowman's going to have Retribution after him now, because I can't imagine that Mia Yim's going to be best pleased. Look, he's still holding on to his Mia Yim. Oh, now a low blow to Braun Strowman. There's low blows everywhere. Oh. What's he saying? Monster meet my dragon. You've messed with the wrong one. I gotta say, it's really hard to take someone seriously when they're cupping themselves. Like, honestly, he's got a hand on his little Keith Lee, and he's, like, trying to cut this promo on Braun, and it's a bit difficult to pay attention. Keith Lee is not finished. Stop touching it, Keith. Oof. No more kids, says NBA YT. Nacho Black says, I'm tired of this. Right in the middle wicket. That was LBW. The Viper has got a message from hell. Hell in a cell. Monster versus his dragon. It was a bit weird, wasn't it? The low blow looked funny. 13 minutes of low blows. Yeah. Yes. That's what we want. He can't garden now for 5 weeks. Is that how long? Honestly, if you take a low blow into the gentleman's area, does it wipe you out for 5 weeks? Unbelievable. The Viper's message from Taco Hell. Oh, well, we all know who'll be there. Our favourite Lucha. Imagine Alexa is Sister Abigail. Sister Abigail be middle-aged, considering she adopted Bray when he was just a boy. She should be an old lady, but she's actually a puppet. But yeah, she should be an old lady. That would be good, wouldn't it? Like, she starts, like, you're making too much noise. I hate the music that you play. Why can't we just have some of that lovely Lonnie Donegan? Why can't we just have a little bit of Jim Reeves? Why are you always putting on all this WAP music? It was so much better before you was here, Alexa. I can't cope with this. I don't know what a Nicki Minaj is. I just want a little bit of early Elvis, a little bit of Lonnie Donegan, a little bit of Glenn Campbell, a little bit of Wichita Lineman. That's all I want. Days, Abby wants to sleep because Alexa is here to take care of Bray and the Fiend, says Woken Hulk. Old lady, it could be Mae Young. Oh, I wish Mae Young was Abby the Witch. Ah, that would have been amazing. Or Linda. Maybe Linda can do it. Get my girl in there. Get Linda in there. Maybe the darkness is the Fiend outside of the Funhouse. Sonny, shout out to you. Abby is Linda McMahon. It's not rap music. It's music. Days, I was in the draft, says AJ Lee. Oh, I wish you was. The Limitless, Keith Lee. Days, Lee versus Braun seems like Nakamura Styles hit on your nut 2.0. Alexa was wearing Freddy Krueger clothes. Yes, she's worn them before. WWE Unstoppable Motion says, do you think Randy will win? Then Bray comes and Sister Abigail drew to oh man, I'm lost already. What? Do you think Randy wins? Yes. Then Bray comes. No. Sister Abigail to challenge. No, I don't think we're going to that feud that quick. I don't think so. I said before, it's going to need a lot of time to tell that story, unless they're just going to start it and then abandon it. Kind of like they did with Roman and Fiend, just where you didn't really get a feud, you just got a couple of matches. But I want a proper feud. But the rumours are that we're getting Orton, Edge, next year, early next year. So, honestly, you'd probably only get a couple of months, if that. I don't know. I might feel a bit rushed. Don't know. I wouldn't do that. I'd wait. I'd wait till after WrestleMania. I think that Fiend Orton is your big program for next summer. And, you know, there's more than enough for the Fiend to do. I mean, we're still exploring the whole Alexa thing right now. Can easily find him a feud on Raw. But could they do it? They could. Raw is Flyhouse. How is your garden going? Yeah, probably need a Strowman. Need to get a Strowman round. A Strowman? It sounds like a make of lawnmower, doesn't it? Have you got the new Strowman? Yeah. Oh, honestly, it glides like nothing I've ever used. Look at this. Look, honestly, it just glides over. It's got wonderful capacity. Oh, wonderful. Honestly. They do a ride-on Strowman now. You can actually get a Strowman that you can, like, ride around in, and that'll do, like, a whole park. So, yeah, if you are thinking of cutting your grass, doing your garden, I really do recommend the Strowman. It's worth mentioning, last week, obviously, the stream was brought to you by Skittles. It wasn't sponsored by them, but we spoke about them enough. This stream is brought to you by Strowman Lawnmowers. They do strimmers as well. Have you had a Strowman strimmer? Honestly, you'll never go back. You'll never go back. And for those of you watching going, no, I don't care about gardens, you would if you really bought into the Strowman range. A lot of you might be living in flats, and honestly, you would probably convert your spare room to a garden. You'd just fill it full of compost and start growing things just so that you could have a Strowman. I really do urge that he goes into that. I think it's absolutely ready-made for him. Absolutely ready-made. Days, Lana is behind you. She is. What a moment. They've got to design one of those Strowman lawnmowers as a train. That'd be a weird way to cut your garden, wouldn't it? You at the front with like a couple of other people sat behind and you're all just kind of chewing around the garden. You need one of them as well. All Strowman lawnmowers come with one of them. Wonderful. Okay, the cell has been lowered. We didn't get the cell lowering music. Do you remember that? Bum 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 bum. Okay, so Randy sat on a chair inside the cell. Drew said that he might get involved. I wonder if he's under the ring. This is literally the only reminder that there's a Hell in a Cell this Sunday. Braun has been taken to a local medical facility where he's been diagnosed with a bruised testicle, says the Mouldy Spoon. Unbelievable. That's how you turn it on. Once you hear the choo-choo, it's going. I want Lana to get Smo dropped through a table at her house. Yeah, I want that as well. I definitely want that. Since all feuds with the Hurt Business and reinvent himself as a hacker, what if he leaks an old clip of Lashley and Lana? C was saying that. C was saying he could still release some secrets. Which is true. He could. He says, I remember facing John Cena twice. Randy's always going to give you a good promo. I remember standing in this hell and looking the dead man. Is he talking about Vince? and earning his respect. Randy says, I remember looking at the dead man inside Hell in a Cell and earning his respect. When I think of the Hall of Fame, legend. And is the legend killer? Does that mean is the Hall of Fame killer? Good promo so far. Remember that moment? Everyone thinks Lana gets Samoa dropped through a table five times. Days, I sent you some on Twitter. He faced Undertaker, didn't know that. Here comes Drew. Bob Orton is not a legend. He was a glorified henchman. What's the show been like? Oh, eventful. Yeah, not boring in the slightest. Eventful. Plenty of stuff happening. Some good, some bad. Not a bad show. Not a bad Raw. Miles ahead of last week. Drew has come walking down. The door has been padlocked shut. We can't get in now, can you? Come on! Look, Randy's like, come on! Come on! Drew can't get in. Ha ha. Say everything you want to say. Okay. Claymore the door? You know? Bolt cutters. Yes. Bolt cutters. Bolt cutters. You son of a... When did he put them there? That Randy's like, no. Here we go, look, Drew cutting the lock. Randy in the ring with a chair. You and me now, Randy. Oh no, as it fades to black, we don't even know what happens. Oh, what happened? Unbelievable. Anything could have gone down. He might have beaten him up. There might not be a match on Sunday. It ended. That's a weird ending, isn't it? That's a weird ending. That's a very strange ending. Why did that just end like that? Don't end it. Brilliant ending, says Alex. Ends on a cliffhanger. Why would they end it like that? M. Barnes, shout out to you. Yeah, I mean, I suppose I understand what people are saying, that it's like, wow, you got to tune in to Hell in a Cell to see that match, but anything could have happened there, in the sense of he could have destroyed him with a chair and sent him to hospital, and we might not even get a match. What it does is it makes me wonder if we're even getting the match. I mean, I'm sure we are, but I would rather have seen a little more. And yeah, strange. Different. Keeps us wanting more, says Ryan. What do you think about Becky Ronda returns for January? Ronda, I could see. Becky, I don't know. Would she have had the baby by then? I mean, when you've had the baby, you tend to spend a bit of time with it. So I don't know that she'll come back in January. Unless she's going to do what Edge did, make a couple of appearances and, you know, get a big match. I mean, I could see Ronda coming back and doing most of the work if it's going to be Becky Ronda. So, yeah, she might not have to be around like that. Nigel says 7 out of 10. Creed cool. I'll check it in a bit. Local medical facility days, not hospital. Vince would be screaming in your earpiece. That's true. Well said, Brent. Well said. They're going to fight till Sunday, says Wrestling Days, and you're right. This is it, guys. The match has actually started. What's happened now is a ref has come down. I'm getting some breaking news. A ref has come down. The match has started, and Wrestling Days fan is right. It's actually going to continue for the next 5-6 days. Drew, should a Claymore kicked the door? That would have been better than bolt cutters. I don't know if a Claymore kick could break the lock, to be honest. So I don't mind the fact that he's gone for something that absolutely will. Could you imagine if he did the Claymore and it didn't work? Claymore kicked the door and it was still there. It'd be like, oh, goddamn. Should have just got the bolt cutters. We got the cell music, did we? Bum, 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 bum. 9 out of 10 says Brendan. 825 says Hype Man. 8 says Sunny Wolf. 65 says Brian. 85 says But Spark. Sunny says, call for your Strowman mower. That is 1519 Stromo. That's right. Just for $40.99. And you can get one that whistles as well. If you're after a Stromo, then it is 1519 Stromo. Thank you, Sonny, for finding that information. I love the Stromo name. Stromo? Suffocating Stars fan gives it an 8.03. 99 Edge gives it 5.9. Alexander gives it 7.75. Brony gives it 7.5. Greg gives it 11 out of 10. Heather gives it a 7. J14 gives it an 8. Lee gives it a 7.25. Trey gives it a 7. J14 an 8. Brony with a 7.5. Little T with a 7.25. John gives it a 7.5. William gives it a 10. Dara gives it a 7.25. Shaquem gives it a 5. 925 from Sean. 85 from Brother Nero. 75 says Ray, but I don't like that ending. Mike says, can you believe that Mustafa is the hacker? Yes. Brony says 7.5. John Cena Gamer says 10. Brendan says 9.5. Braun Moa says Brother Nero. 6 from 1987 Big Fan. 7.75 from Birra. 2.9 from Daryl. 7.75 from Wrestling Days Fan. 7 from 729 TJH. John O'Dash 7.75. Aaron gives it a 9. James gives it an 8.5. Jesse with a 9. We've got a lot of 7s. TJB says, what did you think of the Funhouse? Thought it was better. I thought it was better. It wasn't just a normal promo. There was a couple of interesting things in there. Still not what you would call a full episode. But it had more about it. We got the puppets. There's a few interesting bits in there that you can get your teeth into. So, yeah, I thought it was much better than what we'd seen in recent times on SmackDown. So, fills me with hope. That was an interesting season premiere, says Jadam. Lana segment. Now, the Lana segment. Flipping love that, Alex. G.I. Stro. 9 out of 10 says Jibril. Brendan gives it a 9. What am I going to give it? I am going to give it... I thought it's very fun. I don't think I want to go to the 8s. It didn't really... Normally I can tell if there's something where I'm like, man, I gotta talk about that. I gotta do a video on that. I gotta talk about it. But I'm kind of sitting here and it's like, I don't know what I'd talk about, to be honest. I don't know what the big talking point was. I mean, like, the Funhouse episode was fine. Alexa in the Funhouse, I think we knew it was going that way. I think people would have been disappointed if she wasn't there. So I kind of feel like that was, I don't want to say a little obvious, but I would have been more surprised if she hadn't been in the Funhouse, let's put it that way. Ali being the hacker, that had leaked just before that he was going to say that. I think it's a bit flat. I would have rather that had carried on as a separate story. I suppose the opening was quite impactful with the whole Retribution Fiend thing. So the open, I suppose, Lana through the table is the best moment. I love that. Flipping love that. Jordan with AJ, that's really great. I think that's got great potential. I love how they booked him, how they showed him off. I thought that was brilliant. Yeah, I kind of feel like it was pretty solid. 7.5. I've gone a little bit higher, I think, than what I thought I was going to. I've gone maybe. I feel like it's fair. I think I can sit here and I can definitely make arguments as to why it's not 10 out of 10. Easily. And I think I can justify that. I would be going down rather than up, though. But Lana going through a table. So good. So good. That's a fair score. -2 socks for Riddle and -2 balls for Keith, says SSG Reed. 7.25 says LB. Sydney says, you don't know what to talk about. You can talk until next Monday about the Lana table relationship. No, yeah, it's true. That's I think that, though, you can't really score a show high just for that moment. I love it. It definitely works with me. I love it. And it's getting Lana over as well. It's working with Lana. So it's got some kind of weird effect on me that I can't explain. It's like when she comes out now, I'm really happy to see her. Before, Lana would come out and I'd be like, oh God, I hate this woman's promos. I hate her matches. I hate her TikTok. I flipping hate this woman. Right? So that was my reaction. But now when she comes out, I feel this like, yes. I feel really happy to see her. They're making me happy to see Lana. They have, honestly, they're magicians. They're flipping magicians. I don't know how they've done it. They've done some kind of voodoo Papa Shango trick on me. We didn't get Jeff versus Elias. Does it affect the picks? It's just void. Any matches we didn't get will be void. Days, are we getting live with Tommy tomorrow? Yes. And should be fun, man. Looking forward to it. Just get Matt Hardy to mow your lawn, says Thomas. Yes, Wrestling Escape Pod back tomorrow, live, 7 Eastern, midnight in the UK. We're live for an hour, taking your questions and thoughts. No, show for us to get distracted by, although I'd say the first 15 minutes we do tend to just do a quick recap, just so that we can go through SmackDown, go through Raw, talk about anything that we want to really elevate, any moments that really resonated. There'll be a few bits for us to talk about, and then jump into the chat and get your thoughts. And yeah, it should be fun, man. I'm really looking forward to it. Love those shows. Lana is a savage taking those table bumps, says Nelson. RJ Mad Matt, shout out to you. Well, there we go. Days, where is Randy promo? His promo was decent. I suppose in a way, I take it a bit for granted now. I think that his promos have been very good all year. And that was also a very good promo. So, yeah, that I'd give a bit of props to that. My halftime score was 10. My end score is 3 because the Riot Squad lost, says Brian. I think Lana's situation has to do with Miro's contract. I don't. I really don't. I don't think they're connected at all. I think what they might be doing is playing on the idea that it's to do with that. But don't forget, it's WWE that let him go. He was released. So I don't. The other thing as well, listen, if they were upset with Lana, they would not be putting her week after week after week on TV. Even if she's getting put through a table, they would, if they're upset with Miro, You do what? You give Lana the EC3 treatment, and that's you stick her in catering, and that's it. She's done. You don't see her, you don't talk of her, you don't give her the platform. If you're angry with someone, why would you put them on international television? Why would you put her in like a title match and have her win a battle royal and have her going through that table week after week after week? I don't think it is connected to Miro at all. But could they be playing on it? Yeah, they could. They might want you to think that. Either way, it's working. Days, what do you think about the Fiend beating Retribution? I didn't mind it. I mean, coming straight after a loss was harsh. You're watching it and you're going, they're buried. They're buried. Oh my God. They've just lost one of their first matches. Granted, they'd had a match. In fact, wasn't that their second match and they've lost both of them? Like, they've had 2 matches. They've lost both match. And then the flipping lights go out and now the Fiend has single-handedly destroyed them all. Like, you do kind of look at it and go, oh man, there's a time and a place. But it was, he snuck up, didn't he? Lights went out. They weren't expecting him. He was stood there. Element of surprise. I mean, I don't really feel anything for Retribution. So watching them get beat up, I can't say I'm that bothered. Like, do you know what I mean? I think they were dead on arrival anyway. So why not just feed them to the Fiend? Whose groin hurts the most? Braun, Lana's, or Keith's? Well, I mean, judging by the reaction, I'd say Braun. But Keith kept going back, didn't he? Kept having a little fiddle. So I think it probably did hurt a bit. I wanted Fiend to destroy them for a while. I'm happy that it happened. Braun and Lee in Hell in a Cell. Yeah, there's a distinct lack of Hell in a Cell matches that were made. Dom15 says, I give this show 9 out of 10. It's a high score, my friend. It's a very high score. I think that there was some interesting stuff that went down. It certainly didn't feel like a go-home, if you think about it that way. If you think this was a traditional go-home show, it certainly didn't feel like that. Monica says, thoughts on Jordan? Where do you see him going? What they're doing with Jordan is perfect. I would say what they've done with Jordan has been rubbish up to this point. Should never have been that giant ninja. That is one of my least favourite moments of the year. In fact, I might even go as far to say that was the worst cinematic match of the year. Was the one where we got introduced to the ninjas, the stupid Street Profits Viking Raiders thing. It was just horrific. Took place just before Edge Orton at Backlash. So yeah, that was horrible. He should never have been a part of that. Now, granted, he was in a mask, so you can kind of make out it wasn't him. But there's not too many people his size. Then as the doorman, I don't know if it was going to lead to something, but what I don't understand, right, is when you see Jordan for the first time, like you go, what? Look at the size of this guy. Like, I think the way that they brought in the Giant Gonzalez is the right way to do it. So, for those of you that haven't seen or maybe don't quite remember, it was Undertaker versus Kamala at Survivor Series 92. And Undertaker beat Kamala and he put him inside the coffin. Okay? So, and then he took it away. Kamala's manager, Harvey Wimpleman, after that said, I can't believe, like, you beat my client, my wrestler. I'm going to get a big surprise. And he kept threatening this big surprise. This big surprise was coming for The Undertaker. We didn't know what it was. We didn't know if it was a returning superstar. We didn't know who it was, what it was. And then at the Royal Rumble, Harvey Wimpleman came out. And behind him was the Giant Gonzalez walking down to the ring towards The Undertaker. And then Royal Rumble 93, you've got Undertaker face to face with the Giant Gonzalez, staring up at the Giant Gonzalez. And Giant Gonzalez, like, taking a step forward, towering over the... It was such an OMG moment. It was such a, mind-blown moment. He was El Gigante in WCW, but I never watched WCW. So he was completely new to me. And I really feel like rather than having Jordan as a giant ninja and then having him as a doorman that led nowhere, if the first time that you'd seen him, imagine if AJ was in a feud and AJ got beaten up, lost. What if AJ was in a feud with, let's say, for example, okay, just as an example, let's say he's in a feud with New Day. So AJ versus Kofi, and maybe Xavier Woods gives a little bit of outside interference or something, and AJ loses the match. Could you imagine if AJ's like, I've got a big surprise for you two. I've got a big surprise. You're not going to believe what's going to be at Hell in a Cell. You could have actually AJ Kofi inside Hell in a Cell. And Xavier Woods is trying to get involved again. And then out of nowhere, for the very first time, out comes Jordan walking down, towering over Xavier. Like, you'd get Xavier's facial reaction. You'd get the crowd's reaction. You'd know the game had changed. I mean, like, it doesn't have to be New Day. I'm sure you could come up with a better opponents. But just as an example, you know? So, yeah, I love Jordan. I think that he did some great stuff. I love how he wouldn't get out the ring. Love how he showed his hand to Matt Riddle. Matt Riddle was, like, scared to death and ended up losing the match. I think there's loads they can do with him. Loads. And, yeah, totally Shawn Diesel vibes. But that's no bad thing. I mean, what a great group they were. So, very excited to see what the way forward is with Jordan. So, yeah, you can't change the past, but let's just hope for a better future, guys. That's all we can hope for. Don't worry about yesterday. Let's just worry about tomorrow. Birek says, I'm okay with how The Fiend pummeled Retribution if that works for him as a way of revitalizing his character. I'd be on board with it. Alex Bloomfield, shout out to you, my friend. I think WWE rushed Jordan and they didn't know how to use him. Yeah, I think they just... I don't know. I don't even know why they felt the need to put him in with the ninjas. Not a clue. Not a clue. A 30-man Iron Man low blow match. That's the dream. That's the dream. Days, one more question, says Ali. If you may. Yeah, sure. What do you see The Fiend and Retribution doing storyline-wise? Do you think Mustafa Ali knows a secret of The Fiend? That's interesting. To be honest, I don't know that he is entering into a feud with Retribution. It could be that he was... I mean, I don't know why he was in the ring at the start of the show. Retribution came out, but they might have just come out because it was time for their match, or they decided it was time for their match. They might not be after Fiend. They might just be stamping their authority on Raw. Now, as a result of the Fiend being interrupted, he came back and attacked them. Now, in his mind, that might be it. That might be it. So, I don't know that he's entering into a feud with Retribution. He could be entering into a feud with Mustafa Ali. And if he does, then I think that you're going to need to add some more people. You would think Braun. And it was funny how he pulled out the black mask and he looked at it and he kind of had a little giggle. Does anyone know what the black cross thing was that he pulled out? What was that a reference to? Because he pulled it out and he looked at it and went, oh, yeah. But I don't know what it was a reference to. I can't think back of what that plays back to. That's something that I'm going to have to do a bit of research into and see if I know what that black cross is. Because I wonder if that was seeds being planted. I wonder if he is saying Braun. And if that black cross in some way relates to Bo, which I'm not sure it does, but that could be interesting. So, yeah, look, I don't know that he's feuding with Retribution. it might just be a fun start to the show. But if he does, then I think he's going to have to add some more people. And I think now that they've added Alexa, I think it shows that they're willing to add some more people. So I think that's quite exciting. Shout out to Mike Whitfield. It was a steak on Sister Abigail by Randy Orton. It was a steak on Sister Abigail by Randy Orton. What, Randy Orton put that in the ground, did he, during their feud or something? I don't remember it at all. I don't remember that at all. Could John Cena team with The Fiend to take on Retribution? He could, yeah. That's a good shout. Ali joined Retribution. He did. Elias versus Hardy. Hell in a Cell has been confirmed, says Chalmers. We're up to four matches now. Not gonna be human yet. Have a good night, Days. Thanks for the stream. Shout out to you, Heather. Oh yeah. Shout out to you, Heather. The Black Cross has something to do with Randy Orton. Well, then, unfortunately, that doesn't tease someone joining. It teases a future feud, doesn't it? LSW, can I leave? Yes. Definitely an Orton reference. Oh, right. I don't remember it. I really don't remember it. I'll have to go back and check it. But Butterspark saying that it was a stake that was driven into the ground. El Gran Gordo. Oh, I love that. That was fun. That was a lot of fun. El Gran Gordo. That was a fun part of tonight. I think we're about done. My friends. Unless there was any final thoughts or questions or queries. But in all fairness, we can box a lot off tomorrow. As we said, Wrestling Escape Pod. Over on the Wrestling Escape Pod channel, we will go through SmackDown and Raw and kind of explore this more. But have a laugh with Tommy as well at the same time. Birrick says, Days, why doesn't Braun just join Bray already? It's not like he feuded with him for the Universal Championship. Yeah, it's not like Bray stole Alexa away. I wonder how Braun feels about that. He seemed to suggest he didn't care about her anymore, which I thought was him playing, like, do you know what I mean? Him kind of not wanting the Fiend to attack her. But, I don't know. Perhaps he doesn't. I don't know. It's all a little bit clunky. Who do you have winning the Raquel Gonzalez-Rhea Ripley match at Halloween Havoc? Maybe Rhea Ripley. I think she's the bigger name. Raquel Gonzalez is one for the future. I'd probably lean with Rhea Ripley. I don't see what a loss to Rhea... what would a win for Raquel do? I kind of think that Rhea Ripley needs to move past that now. Ben Carter signed with WWE. Apparently so, yeah. What was your favourite thing about Raw tonight? Lana. Keith Lee is buried, says Crazy Ginger Jake Hold'em. I don't want to wait for our lives to be over, says J14. It was the ritual thing he did to Orton, says Nelson. Oh, man, I'll have to revisit that feud. I mean, haven't really had any reason to because we haven't been close, what with them being on separate brands. But I'll have to go back and rewatch some of that feud because I just don't recall that. I don't know why. It was a stake on Sister Abigail's ashes after the house burnt down. Jeff Hardy accepted Elias's challenge. Yes. Right. I think we're done. Oh, yeah, you're right, Creed. You're right. We can end on that. We can end on that high note. There was once again no Eva Marie. Yeah. Woo. No Eva Marie again. You're right. Oh, that's good. That's just built me. That's built me back up again. Not that I was down or anything, but mentally I was like, it's time to go. And I get a bit down when it's time to go, as you can tell, because I probably should have ended about 10 minutes ago. But that's built me back up again. Yeah. Awesome, guys. Right, we are back again tomorrow for Wrestling Escape Pod over on the Wrestling Escape Pod channel. There will be a link on the screen, on the Wrestling Day screen. And we're live for an hour. If it goes a little over, it doesn't matter. But yeah, it's an hour of talking about Raw, SmackDown, Hell in a Cell, whatever you want to talk about, questions, whatever. And obviously Tommy's over there, and we always have a lot of fun with that. So that's tomorrow for an hour, 7 Eastern night in the evening, or midnight in the UK. Of course, even if you can't watch it live, you can just tune in anytime. The videos are always there. And Wednesday, we got the Wednesday Night War. Thursday, I've no idea. Friday, SmackDown. Saturday, UFC 254. Flipping huge. Sunday, we've got Hell in a Cell. And Monday, we're back to Raw. So, whew, loads going on, my friends. Have a great evening, night, morning, afternoon, wherever you are in the world. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you had a great time. And hopefully, I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.